Hi guys, and welcome back to another video. So I was not gonna do another kind of like real-time, longer, full process type of video like this in close succession compared to the alcohol marker video that I did for Saturday's video. And the reason being I'm doing this is that I got a few comments on that video saying that it's kind of nice to have these types of videos where they're longer with a bit of chatting here and there. To kind of like draw along with. So because Inktober is happening for the month of October, and I know a lot of you guys are now participating in it, I thought it'd be nice to do another longer form video. Now, I'm not too sure how long this video is going to be, but it'd be nice to have it just at your disposal if you would like to kind of draw along or use it as like some sort of background noise for yourself while you draw. So instead of alcohol markers today, now this might be the worst idea ever, but I wanted to do a watercolor session because I've been itching to paint a specific character. So let's go ahead and take a look at this watercolor paper first. So this is the Academy watercolor paper pad from Baohong, and I've used a similar paper pad in the past, but it was kind of more of a smaller type, or a smaller size, I guess. So this one is the 15 by 10.2, which I have already scaled my drawing to be the correct size, which we'll take a look at like a little bit later. It does say it's a natural white and naturally textured. I definitely think it's more closer to a hot press paper. It's very smooth and very easy to work with, and from my experience, it does behave closer to a hot press paper versus a cold press paper. So let's go ahead and check out some previous sessions from like past videos or other projects and stuff that I've already done some artwork in. So here's one of my sketches. So this one's of Selene and Alira, done in watercolor. This is kind of like the inside paper, part of the paper pad. This is done of Ike. And this one's from, I think, my last watercolor video that I did, which is of Misaki. There's a lot of graphite hanging out on that one. So this is the one of Ike. And this is the one of Misaki. Now, I've only done like a very small handful of like larger illustrations on this paper pad, but the other one that I have, I think, is also like a Paul Rubens version, and I do like that paper as well. So it is similar where it's gummed on all sides. So let's go ahead and free Misaki from this paper pad so we can move on to a new piece. So I'm going to go ahead and find one of my box cutters or X-Acto knives, whichever you want to call it, and we can free this page. Oh, okay. I was like looking everywhere for it. It was already in my pencil case because I had other alternatives to free the page. So right here it says open, which hopefully you can kind of see the opening right here. So there's like gummed areas, and then in the center of this like inside portion of this little paper pad, there is a space for you to insert like a blade or some sort of palette knife, box cutter like what I'm going to be using, and slip it right into the gap. I'm going to try to lay this as flat as I can. Slowly free our page. So I'm not too sure how I'm going to edit this particular video, since this one's going to be considerably longer compared to my alcohol marker drawing, well, I'm assuming. And I don't know if this is going to be like one full session or if I will have to do it between 2 different days. Drying time for my watercolors can vary on this paper, and depending on how big of a wash I do. So we might end up having a very, very long session. Okay. So Misaki is fully freed from our paper and pretty much like a clean cut all the way around. There is some like residue here which I don't mind. And you can see it dried pretty flat. There's slight curling just in general from the paper, but I'll add Maseki to my other pieces and we can talk about who I'm drawing today, how I'm going to transfer the drawing to this particular paper, and yeah, then we can get started with transferring my sketch, moving on to either doing line art or doing a pencil sketch over top of everything, and then we can move to painting. So I mentioned earlier that there was a character that made me want to particularly do like watercolor painting. So let's go ahead and grab my sketch, and in the corner I'll definitely put a kind of time-lapse version of the digital sketch because I did do this on my iPad in Procreate just because it's a little bit easier for myself. But then after that I scaled it so that's appropriately sized to my paper, alongside the fact that I can print it onto A4 sheets. So these are 8.5 by 11, which is a little bit larger than my watercolor paper. And I need to kind of overlap these and kind of adhere them so that they can make one complete picture that does not have any weird gaps or anything, and we can prep for the actual transfer. So I'm going to go ahead and trim this down a little bit and try to find where exactly the overlap is. So I can tell that from her fingers, I guess this portion of the hair, it really helps if you have like a light table or if you can see your sketch from underneath. Oh, by the way, I'm drawing Sotheby from Reverse 1999. As you guys know, that I've been really liking the game so far, and I like the character designs and just like the general art for it. So I really wanted to paint her. I do love all the greens that she has and kind of more, I guess like her hair tone, her hair color alongside with the clothing. I just really like her like color scheme overall. So I wanted to draw her. So I'm trying to think. Is it better to chop this side or the other side? As long as there's overlap, I guess. So I'm using a paper trimmer. Then we can overlap. Where this is like the closest. It's not too bad with the alignment, so we're going to go ahead and tape the front. I'll tape the back really quickly, and then I think we should be good to go. Actually, yeah, we'll just tape the front with some tape where I don't need to go over. So I'm picking places where the tape doesn't really overlap with any of the lines, since the line art or my digital sketch is going to be kind of crucial for what I'm going to do for the next step. Or I guess like the step after the next one. Next couple of steps that I have to do. So I think we're good. And I'll put few small ones here. So we are going to be going over the lines, which is why I want to tape off some of these places on areas that don't have any line work. And here's kind of our sketch, all pieced together on 2 pieces of paper, which hopefully will align. Oh, I'm going to trim off the bottom actually. So we can tape our paper right to our watercolor sheet. Close enough. I might trim the top as well. So this way, Sotheby should fit much exactly right onto my sheet as long as everything was measured and scaled correctly. And before we tape down the digital sketch onto my watercolor paper, just making sure, I feel like she's slightly, I'm creasing it. Yeah, I think she's just slightly larger in terms of like my watercolor paper width versus the height. I think the height is like right bang on, but that's fine. Let's move our watercolor paper aside. So because my watercolor paper is gummed on all sides, there's no way for me to use my light pad underneath the page to transfer the sketch like I usually do. And if I could, I would place this sketch underneath my watercolor paper and then ink directly on top of my watercolor paper instead, or do like line work with pencil or whatever. But instead we have to do the opposite. So in order to transfer my sketch, we are going to have to basically turn this into carbon paper. So I'm going to flip over my entire sketch and I can actually see the lines through the paper. I'm going to use the Prismacolour Colerase. You can use graphite, but I find it a little bit too messy. And I don't really like the graphite kind of, how to explain? The little dusts and like debris that comes from using a softer pencil or anything, because I find it extremely messy on watercolor paper, which I feel like needs to be on a more of a cleaner surface. So the Prismacolour Colerase or some sort of softer pencil that you know can transfer will work the best. I highly recommend doing a test. I was skeptical whether or not the Colerase worked in the very beginning, but doing a test will definitely show whether or not it kind of works. So kind of scribble on the back of a piece of paper similar to your sketch, and then flip it over. Use a pencil on top and see whether or not this kind of red colored pencil or whatever you're using transfers properly. So I'm going to go ahead and sharpen it a little bit. And we can get started. So like I said, I can kind of see where my lines are. So I'm not going to do the entire page in red like I've done in the past. I'm just going to go ahead and scribble on top of where the lines are. And I want to apply enough so that I don't have any weird gaps from the back of the page not having any sort of color or anything like that. But you can see I'm not like applying a super heavy amount, just enough that covers what I need. And technically, I think if you cover the entire back part of this, you can definitely reuse it if you need to. Just put another piece of paper on top with a different sketch and press on top of it. You can probably get a few uses out of this, but because I'm not going to be coloring the entire back side, I'm not going to rely on that for the future. You can see it's wearing down my pencil quite a bit because this is kind of like on the softer side. So technically, after I finish this, it'll be my second time drawing this particular piece because I've already drawn it digitally and we're going to trace on top of my lines. Oh, I always forget. I forgot to change the color of my sketch to be lighter, but that's okay. I'll just pick a ballpoint pen that has a color so we know where we've already drawn. But sometimes I have to draw the piece 3 times. So in this case, I might go over the entire piece with a graphite pencil afterwards to do clean lines, to act as my like faux line art, because I like doing my line art with watercolors. And or we could instead end up doing the line art with some sort of like fine liner. And I do have like the Ohuhu brand fine liners that work with like alcohol markers, and it does say it's like waterproof, so I could use those as well. But I'm a little iffy about it because I feel like if I end up doing line art with like actual ink, I rather ink directly on the paper without the transfer of pencil and just like trace my digital lines like directly. But with this method, I feel like the pencil method's gonna work the best just because I can fudge around some of the lines, and if none of the lines transfer like super clearly, I can kind of fudge around and make it up if I need to. Also, I think for the most part, I don't think anyone really complained about the audio from the previous video too much, so I think I will leave these sessions probably musicless. And then apologies to people who watch on like another digital device and you can't like split the audio, but feel free to put your own audio of like music or anything else in the background, because I don't think it's necessary to put music in the background of these. You can kind of choose your own. I think for the most part, people were fine with the real-time process as well. So I don't think it's like needed to be heavily edited down or by any means. Some parts, like I think the intro, or if I have to have like a lot of waiting time, maybe I might cut out, but I'll put like a note if I end up doing that. Because like I said, watercolor is like sometimes a waiting game. If you want to layer up and you want to have smooth application, sometimes you might want to wait until your first layer of watercolor completely dries. Now, I already knew for this particular piece, I was not going to do like an overall wash of one color. And usually when I do, I end up using like a yellow on the warmer side so that it gives everything else like a warmer tinge to everything. But I think this time I might avoid it, and we'll just do a really, at least in my opinion and to the best of my ability, a clean application of just like a watercolor painting. And I might just do like very small hints of like faded foliage or something in the background just because I think it fits her character. But other than that, I actually don't think we're going to really do a background. Even in my sketch, I didn't really plan anything for that. So I think I'm not going to go out of my way to do that and plan it out on the fly. We're almost done, so hopefully this won't take too long. I definitely think, like, even though watercolor is going to be taking me probably a long time just to paint in general, transferring the sketch is not exactly quick either, because like I said, I'm going to have to basically trace twice. So essentially doing the drawing 3 times, which might be annoying. And I guess if I do line art at the very end anyways, I'm going to have to do it again. So maybe it's like 4 times in total that I'm doing the lines, but it's my preferred method for watercolors. I think it just looks super clean. It looks kind of on the softer side, if anything. So I think it looks kind of, the look is worth it, in my opinion, at least for myself. And I always love watching people paint. And I think I've mentioned this before. When I watch like art YouTubers, a lot of them tend to be traditional artists or people who do like more traditional sketching and stuff, just because I personally enjoy it rather than watching like time lapses or speed draws of like digital pieces. But enough about that. I think for the most part, this is all done. You can kind of see the silhouette I saw the view for the most part anyways. And we can go ahead and flip this over and place it right on top of our watercolor paper. Every time like I lock myself into this room, okay, that sounds horrible, but like every time I shut the door and I start doing any drawing and stuff, it gets really warm. So maybe I'll take my sweater off again. because usually it's like really cold down here. So yeah, okay, so I have my watercolor paper. We're gonna flip this over. I don't know if you can tell, there is less debris from this pencil, which I really like, compared to using like a really soft graphite, which you would have saw me do on like the Masaki piece the last time I did a watercolor video. And let's go ahead and try to align this. I think this works out. So I'm gonna tape the edges probably on the top and maybe one on the bottom, so it allows me to flip and check whether or not this actually is going to be transferring properly, because that's probably the worst part, is having to do this multiple times. So let's go ahead and find where the heck I put my tape. Okay. So this is just painter's tape. Any kind of tape to adhere to your paper is probably fine, as long as you know it won't rip your paper. But because I'm using a pad, the sides are gummed, so I don't really care whether or not this can rip the paper or not. So right now I put 2 at the bottom, which is not really what I meant to do, but we can just put 1 at the top, I guess. So this is kind of the situation I have. And I will go grab a ballpoint pen in a different color, because like I mentioned, I did not change the sketch color to be lighter, so I can't use black, otherwise I can't really see it. Odd, I can't really see it in the barrel, which is kind of interesting. But if we run out, I'll switch to kind of like this pinkish purple, and we can get started. I'm going to change the angle as well so you guys can get a better view of what I'm going to be doing. But the thing I like about using a ballpoint pen over, like, let's say pencil, is the fact that this is going to give me constant pressure and I won't accidentally snap my lid when doing it. And yeah, I just feel like sometimes when I use pencil, maybe I pressed a little bit too hard because I think I'm not applying enough pressure to transfer the paper, and I don't really want to dent my watercolor paper all too much anyway. So yeah, let's switch views. So this part's probably going to look very weird to whoever like jumps to this part without looking into the intro, but we're going to trace over my lines, and like I mentioned, it might be hard to actually see what I'm doing. And the reason why I like choosing the red, and initially when I chose the graphite in a previous painting, is that the red of like my Prismacolour Colerase allows me to have like a different kind of line work or a way for me to transfer my sketch. And I can still, you know, see my sketch, and it's kind of on the softer side because of the way it's going to be transferred. But then after that, when I have to do a kind of like redraw with the line art with the graphite, I will be able to kind of refine and make my lines super clean, and a lot of my red lines will then be hidden into the watercolor painting itself when I start doing more layers. So I'm quickly going to check before we get too far into doing this to see whether or not this is actually transferring. And I don't know why I did that. Wait. I should be removing the top one. I just realized I removed the bottom half and it swivels, so it's not a good sign. Hello? Okay. Oh, it's transferring actually super well. Hopefully you can kind of see that. So it kind of has like a faded red image. I could even go a little bit lighter with probably my application, so that when I end up doing my pencil line work with just a normal HB mechanical pencil, it will be kind of like more prominent versus this kind of reddish color. Or we can go with a kneaded eraser and kind of lighten everything up before we do that. So I'm going to recheck whether or not this is actually aligned properly. Ah, it's close enough. So I'm not going to be too accurate either. Like I said, I will refine a lot of these things with the mechanical pencil. But every so often I will be checking whether or not my lines will be transferring, because I am a little bit paranoid when it comes to this step, and I find it the most tedious. So kind of like on a like weird scale of like 1 to 10. 10 being like the hardest you can push with a pen to make like the darkest value you can, and 1 being like very light like this. I think I'm about like maybe 6 when applying pressure. And I think that's enough for a good transfer of my lines, in my opinion. But you can definitely check like whether or not you want to go lighter or harder, like harder or lighter, I guess, with your pressure, depending on if you want like a deeper impression for your sketch, or you want it to be a little bit lighter. But definitely check whether or not your sketch is actually being transferred. I remember back in like my uni days when some people use like the entire sheet of carbon paper and they don't replace it. And obviously, I guess I didn't really check either. I would try to transfer some of my stuff onto like a, what is it called? A hard ground copper plate. And I would use tracing paper to transfer my drawing to that copper plate. And hard ground, it's like very much, or not hard ground, I guess it was soft ground. I did soft ground for all of my etchings, because I like anything that's like soft and you can gradually build up value, which I swear I gave my technician and my prof at the time such a headache, because I had the weirdest things happen to my soft ground plates when I was doing them, and then suddenly I was like the master of doing it, because I ended up doing like 3, I think 28 by 35 inches plates later, and she's like, are you sure you want to do this, because your small like 8 by 10 did not work? And I'm like, yeah, I'll commit. But basically, when I was doing one of my soft grounds for like one of my 8.5 inch soft ground plates, someone used like all of the tracing paper, and I didn't notice, because I didn't know you could check whether or not it's been used up, basically, because it was like the first time I was using carbon paper. And when I transferred everything, I basically made like weird marks onto my etched plate, but I didn't really know my sketch was not transferring at all, basically, so I had to do it twice. But then it probably caused my plate to be a little bit unusable because of all the imprints and stuff from around me pressing on the carbon paper, kind of like etched its way onto one of my soft ground plates and made my soft ground plate look very much like someone threw dirt at it. Like it had a bunch of noise and everything around it, which luckily was actually pretty okay for what I was doing, because I did a lot of like technology and like anxiety focused work. So because of that, the noise kind of worked in my favor, because it kind of looked like TV noise, or like noise that you would get from media, or like what people might think is like a little bit like a brain fog. So it kind of worked out. Paranoia is kicking in, so go check. Oh, she looks cute already. I honestly can't wait to paint her. Sotheby, like, just in general, I love her personality. She's so cute, kind of spunky, high energy. And I didn't realize how young she was. I thought she was, like, late teens, maybe, like, 16, 17-ish, mid-teens, I guess. But she's 13. I was like, girl, you're getting yourself in a lot of trouble. Feeding people random potions. But it makes me sad, because, like, I'm only so far into the game. So, without spoilers, I think Mr. Carson? I forget his name, but I do like the relationship he has with Sotheby. So, from, like, up until, like, chapter 3. because that's where I'm currently at, which hopefully I'll be able to play more a little bit later this month. Because I hope nothing bad happens. Because she seems so worried. But, if you play Reverse 1999, do let me know who's your favorite character. There's a lot of characters that I have not met, and I just realized this. So thank you to the person who told me to summon for Lucy, because I ended up doing that, and I'm waiting for a rerun for Tooth Fairy, I believe. I'm not too sure if she's like on the general or like permanent banner, but I definitely wanted her because she's actually the first character I've ever saw for Reverse 1999, and the reason why I looked into like the characters and stuff, because I actually really liked her design and I found it interesting, so. Okay, let me return back to kind of her scalp and hair. So the reason I highly recommend lightening your sketch prior is that you'll be able to see exactly the areas that you already went over. Unlike me, who was kind of stupid and forgot to do that, because now I'm playing a guessing game of whether or not some areas I already went over. And yeah, it just makes it a little bit more annoying and a little bit of a hassle to double check back and forth before releasing your paper from the tape, I guess. It's a lot of swiveling at this point. I can't wait to paint her. I honestly can't. But I feel like every time I take a break from doing like watercolor painting, also what the heck is this? I want to see it's a flower, so maybe these are petals. Holy moly, I drew these super ugly. Maybe it'll make more sense once I actually give them a little bit of color. And I think these are leaves. And then we have our feathers. But yeah, sometimes when I take a break from doing watercolors, I do feel like I am a little bit more rusty every time I return back to it. But then I figure stuff out like as I paint. But it always makes me a little bit nervous because I tend to start on the face first. So if I need to get time to actually get used to watercolor again, sometimes I feel like I should just start somewhere else. But I like doing the skin first just because it's usually the face. So it makes or breaks the piece for me. But also, oftentimes I bleed in some of the skin tone into the rest of the other areas. And if I can, start with like a lighter base or a warmer tone to the entire piece, I would like to do that. And one of the easier ways is to bleed some of the similar colors from the skin tone into the piece itself. Because I like giving things more of a yellowier base for everything, even like skin tones in general, because I like building up the warmth of a person's face with more reds and purples and all that stuff, oranges, but having it start off as a yellow base just feels a little bit easier instead of like doing pink and then adding, you know, more cooler reds and everything and it becomes a little bit too pink. I like giving a slightly more yellow base so we can go from like a peach or like an orangey-ish base kind of feeling, or even like copper or anything like that, and then slowly build up so there's a little bit of contrast between the skin tone or hue and the actual skin where it feels a little bit more warm, like the cheeks, lips, maybe surrounding the eyes and all that. Obviously this depends like slightly for different skin tones as well. I'll make probably like different decisions. So you can kind of see like the lighter areas versus like when I first started out, and I see that I missed some hair strands. I think we have her face. So we get her ear in here. And her earring. So once we get to the painting stage, I'll probably put on music for myself because I'll talk a little bit less so I can concentrate the actual painting portion. Right now I feel like a little bit I'm chatty, a little bit chattery. I think this is supposed to be a flower design against, once again, the leaves. Little beaded ring. We have her little test tube with her little potion. I might add bubbles and stuff afterwards. So sometimes when I do this method where I'm transferring my red lines, you do have to be careful that if you have a significant amount of like white areas or lighter colors, sometimes your red will show up a lot more significantly compared to, let's say, if you just did pure graphite or if you did a different color. So if you have a preference, I would try to tailor your transfer carbon copy color to whatever piece you're working on. But because I like having my pieces on a little bit of like a warmer tone, I will kind of try to incorporate a little bit more of that kind of like line color a little bit into the piece if I need to. Otherwise, sometimes it does appear to be a little bit more of a distraction. Whoa. Then we have the ribbon. So this is flower. See, it's hard to see sometimes where I've already placed certain things. Which also would work probably easier if you went from like top to bottom. But sometimes I like to follow like a particular order, just because the way how I draw certain things just fit a little bit better sometimes if I draw it in that order, so I know where things start and stop. So let me check if everything on the top side, minus this hair portion, is done. A little bit of overlap I have to be careful about. I think we're good. Yeah. So let's move straight down to the rest of her hair. But do let me know what your guys' like comfort medium, I guess. I've asked about like comfort characters, and a lot of you guys had comfort characters that were your OCs, which I think is very cute. And I feel like I'm at that place with my OCs, at least for like Masaki, Kaisen, and Moriko more recently, that they become my comfort characters, and I've been doodling a heck a lot of them in my sketchbook, which is going a lot smoother, surprisingly. So we'll see if I can transfer that energy to my next sketchbook, which I think will start actually this year, considering how fast I'm completing the sketchbook. And Inktober is going to help kind of like propel that to be a lot faster. But do you have like a preferred medium that you like to gravitate towards? Because I would like to say that graphite is always my favorite and the one that I probably use the most. But things like watercolor has like a special place in my heart. I love watching other people paint. I like the kind of like the feeling and like the whole procedure with watercolor painting as well, and just the medium as a whole. But I don't do it often enough anymore to say like it's my favorite out of like consistency or like how frequently I use it. So frequency, probably pencil or like water-based markers, which I've done a heck of a lot as well. But procedure-wise and just like the general look and watching other people use as a medium, it's definitely watercolor. I love how people do washes. I like how people do like the bleeding of colors or texture, backgrounds, anything like that. Color mixing, line work, anything like that. And I know, like, I think this is more prevalent before, but watercolor had very much like of a hobbyist kind of medium, like Sunday painter. So like a lot of people don't think like if you do watercolor, you're really a professional per se. It's like a hobby that people do every Sunday. Cause like when I was talking to my professors, like a lot of them were like, oh, I can give you feedback, but I can't give you help for technique because like we don't teach it. I'm like, okay. So I taught myself watercolor one summer to get really familiar with the medium. And it's kind of nice because I was able to wow my professors a little bit with the improvements. It's definitely different from before, but probably a big improvement because I used very much like, I don't know, techniques that I feel like were not actually very beneficial to watercolor at the time. So I feel like my professors are like, you know, please stick with acrylic. You're okay at acrylic, so you can do that for the rest of the curriculum. And I'm like, oh, but I want to do watercolor because I see so many people do it. And because I wanted to do more like illustration almost, even though that was not part of my program per se, I feel like watercolor is more suited for something like that versus like acrylic. I'm gonna have to look up what the heck this knockoff Mickey actually looks like, because my sketch looks super unclear, and I feel like he's gonna look so creepy. I know I'm not gonna make this lace very delicate, unfortunately. I think both digitally and traditionally, lace is something I have a hard time like interpreting. The pattern's just like a little bit annoying, even though it looks really pretty. So I'm gonna have to look up what that actually looks like as well before we actually start to paint. Okay, we're almost done. We just have this lower part of her dress, and I think we're ready to go. Another test tube. So one thing I noticed, but I'll probably do it in graphite instead of this transfer method, is the fact that I forgot to do the other side of her ribbon that should flow behind her from where it attaches from behind her neck or her head. So I think we are done. So besides, I guess like her collarbone. Collarbone? Collarbone. So let's go ahead and check. I think it's pretty good. So let me switch camera angles once again, and then I'll show you guys what I'm going to do for the cleanup portion for the line art, I guess, in a sense. Okay, so we have our sketch kind of transferred. It'll be a little hard to see, especially for some places, but we can kind of remove this for now. So this has fully served its purpose. I'm just going to overlap my tape back onto the paper. I'm going to fold it. And I can use this for future reference if I need to. Or just keep it because I like keeping my sketches. So kind of the next step for myself. As you can see, we kind of have our transferred red sketch from the Prismacolour Colerase. And I prefer a slightly more sharper and darker line for everything. So I might lighten up a portion of her face, probably. She doesn't have any really like white areas, so just the face needs to be a tad bit lighter. I think that's probably about it. And then we can go ahead and use a mechanical pencil to do our actual cleaner lines, which I'll zoom back in to show you so we can see how it looks compared to the red. So let's go ahead and do that as well before we actually start painting, which I apologize, this is such a long and tedious process. So this is just a normal mechanical pencil, as you can see, 0.5. The lead, I'm pretty sure, is just HB, if not 2B. But we're going to go over our sketch. I might get a piece of paper to put underneath my hand, or we'll just use Sotheby in this case. And I am going to try my best to keep my mechanical pencil quite sharp. But we're going to do pretty clean lines here. I do apologize that compared to the alcohol marker video, the sounds from watercolor and just like my pencil and stuff is not going to really pick up all that much. Also, the positioning of my mic is a little bit farther away. So I'm trying my best not to really like shade all that much because it's not really necessary. I also want to avoid as much little bit of graphite debris as much as possible. Otherwise, it will smudge with a lot of the lighter colors or washes of watercolor, which is what I don't want. Otherwise, it might look a little bit more muddy. So I'm not really pressing hard. I just want enough indication of kind of the lines so that when I add watercolor, these red lines don't really disappear. Well, they will disappear. My graphite lines won't disappear. And I want to use these graphite lines as my kind of indication of where my line art will be later, which like I mentioned, I like to do it in watercolor. So just for precision's sake, I will clean up my sketch like this. Also, you'll see me regrip my pencil a lot of the times just to get a sharper edge. Sometimes I visually can see the sharper edge, but sometimes I just lay down the line, and I feel like if it's a little bit too soft, I will rotate my pencil. So every time you see me regrip, it's kind of for that reason. See if we can get the mic a little closer. See if any of these pencil sounds kind of pick up. You can see like right here, a little bit too soft. And the rest of these lines are a little bit on the thinner side. So you can kind of see how soft these red lines look. Also, I don't know what her hair is supposed to look like here, so. But with the lines being super soft with the red, as we build up like tone and like color and value and all that stuff with the watercolors, you'll definitely lose your lines. So if you don't really establish like certain areas right away, you'll be a little bit lost. Unless you're very diligent in placing like shadows and just like base colors right away so that you'll know what is what. Which is why I like having the pencil as a nice guideline. And the reason, like I mentioned, that I'm keeping everything light and I'm trying not to like scribble back and forth is so that I don't end up with too much debris. And I'm not going to be really damaging my damaging my paper all that much. Because I don't really want to like scrub at the paper. One, makes the consistency of the paper a little bit weird when the watercolor has to go on top. And then two, certain indentations also can make your watercolor like pool or show up a little bit differently just because of the texture of the paper has been changed. But I mentioned earlier that I kind of prefer this method of doing, I guess, almost 3 drawings of the same thing to get a cleaner look instead of doing the graphite on the back as my tracing carbon paper, just because I found it left too many pieces of graphite and debris behind, which mixed into my watercolors and made it look a little bit more gray, which I did not like for such an airier piece. And the one that I'm talking about is the one of Masaki, which had a slightly more like lighter color palette. So hopefully I don't butcher her. I really want to like this piece. So I like how I drew her face, even though I was like referencing quite like a lot with the style of how they drew Sotheby for her official art. Also, similar to the alcohol marker drawing video, I am recording this like late at night. I think it's like almost 1 a.m. So in the morning. We'll see how much I can get done today, and then I'll film the rest probably on Tuesday night. But the reason like I like doing a lot of my kind of like ASMR or even these types of longer videos at night, and I mean at night, I mean like late at night, or like some people might consider like early morning, is mostly because like I get less interruptions. The sound's more consistent, and I don't know. Lighting is also more consistent, even though it's not the best lighting because I'm using all artificial lighting. Hopefully I mentioned why I'm using or I guess like using this piece of paper as like a thing under my hand. So I like to say that's for 2 reasons. One is to keep my paper as clean as possible, so I'm not smudging around the graphite. So every time I need to change positions, I will lift up the piece of paper rather than like dragging it across and smudging my lines. Otherwise my hand or my palm will smudge everything instead. And then the second reason is that the oils, as well as my clamminess from my hand sometimes, will warp the page or add unnecessary oils. And for watercolor, I think that's actually the worst, where you're trying to scrub at the paper to get your watercolor to actually adhere, because the water would be repelled by the oils that are laid on your paper. So if anything, I'm just trying to be a little bit more mindful whenever I do more finished pieces, especially with like a painting medium of any sort. I'm surprised I'm not gravitating towards putting music right now, which is probably why I'm a little bit more chatty. So I do apologize if anyone wants more of a, oh, please talk only occasionally, you're talking too much kind of video. You can probably just skip to the watercoloring portion because that is probably when I'm gonna pop in some earbuds or something, headphones, and start painting, and I probably will start to ramble a lot less, so feel free to do that. Do that instead of listening to me incessantly ramble about nothing. Oh, I was supposed to do my Inktober right now, actually. I forget if I talked about this on Monday's video, but my plan is always to do my Inktober's right after midnight. And I know some people might find that a little bit strange, but I like to consistently do that because it'll technically be the correct day, and I'm still drawing for the 31 days as long as I draw it around the same time. Because like I mentioned, at night, I tend to have less interruptions, obligations, all that stuff. Like I don't have to, visit people, or you have to do errands or anything like that in the morning or the afternoon. Basically anytime like people are awake. So less interruptions, which means I can consistently usually do my Inktober at night. Instead of being kind of like what it feels like one day behind, I like doing it. I guess today would be Inktober, day 1. Even though if I think about it, technically, some people might think it's still September 30th. So, to each their own. So hopefully while I'm doing this portion, I don't really forget too much. I also forgot, actually, as I'm saying that, I forgot that she's wearing gloves, so I only have to put in her fingernails. But sometimes, to help with depth a little bit, I like to put in the little seams of the gloves, just to give it more of like a three-dimensional look. I just want to paint. Prepping always takes so long. I'm actually thinking like, I'm assuming the prep portion of this video is probably at least an hour long, which compared to I think the alcohol marker one, was that only an hour? Maybe I'm being a little bit too unrealistic. Also, there's also no need for me to press too hard with my lines as well, because as soon as I press hard on this slightly textured paper that's kind of on the softer side, like I mentioned, besides leaving debris, I don't want the lines to be too dark because I'm going to go over them with watercolor afterwards. And if there's any lighter areas, I think they don't really need to have a very massive amount of graphite defining the lines, as I like to change the line art color with using watercolor as kind of like my line art method. But definitely for the most part for this, in terms of like pressure, I don't want to put too much pressure because, like I said, the lead will feel kind of more soft, and then it'll basically become a mess with the graphite having a lot of debris floating around, and I might have to risk kind of the idea of blowing away or kind of like, what do you call it? Swiping away the graphite debris. I know some people have like those horsehair brushes or feather brushes where you can kind of wipe away the excess graphite. I don't see a need to go buy that if I can just prevent it right off the bat. But it's definitely helpful if you do some sort of other dry mediums that might leave a lot of that kind of debris behind. I don't know, also, me saying debris from graphite, I don't know if it's weird, but basically it's like the little particles that come off of your pencil that sometimes can smear and smudge. That's what I'm considering the debris. Okay, we're halfway done. I can finally start adding some washes to her face and her other areas that has more exposed skin. Which is basically just, I think it's just her shoulders and like collarbone area. Because I feel like I would have forgot and started to add them to her. I did miss something. She has a watch, right? I ignored it in my sketch when I was transferring it because I thought it was a line where I usually place, like where I position the wrist on the rest of the arm. But this is supposed to be her watch of some sort, so I feel like that looks a little funky now. What was I saying? Oh, the skin tone, yeah. Make it a little bit easier to bleed some of the skin tone into some of the other areas. Because like I mentioned, at least for like hair, I like to bleed the skin tone into. Sometimes like certain areas of their clothing, I would like to bleed some of the skin tone into. Especially like if they have dark clothing, to make it look a little bit less heavily concentrated and contrasty. I like adding a little bit of bleeding of skin tone, if it looks okay, obviously, to those areas as well, just for a softer look. Just makes things look a little less jarring too, in my opinion. Okay, let's not forget her ringlet. The funny thing is, like, every time I do watercolor, I have, like, the itch to do it, but at some point, I get so annoyed with the watercolor. Sometimes it's just this paper, I feel like, and I'm fighting to get, like, a smooth application for the skin. So I might try something slightly different. I might regret it, we'll see. If not, I'll try to blot it out. Because watercolor is a little bit more forgiving. than some of the other painting mediums, but also not at the same time because of all the transparent layers. You won't be able to cover things up per se. Also, I'm not going to forget her other side of her ribbon. I don't know. I love her design. I don't know if it's because she just looks like a little classy little lady. But the designs in like these types of games, it just feels different compared to like fantasy, like a fully fantasy game, I guess. Like a lot of it's just deep rooted into just normal, really normal everyday clothing. Or not everyday clothing, but like more realistic clothing, I guess. Versus like fantasy outfits that don't really need to make sense. I'm gonna have to look up her lace. I don't know if you guys can even see what I'm doing. I'll just make sure to keep this side a lot lighter when I'm painting in her green dress, which is another reason I really want to do this piece. I do a lot of green pieces just because of foliage, but not just like green for like article clothing or hair. So I feel like Sotheby will be very cute to draw and paint today, so kind of crossing my fingers, hoping that this session will go well. But I'll definitely have to split this up into 2 sessions, I think. Not for you guys, but like for myself, the painting wise. I'll probably upload this all together as one session. If hopefully the time isn't like atrociously long. Even though I might just post it regardless of how long it will be. Unless it's like 6 hours, then maybe I will cut it down. Even though I think I have a 6-hour video somewhere. It's probably a start to finish video, I think. Ooh. Forgot about this little guy. He looks so cute on her design. Mine looks like a knockoff cereal mascot. Ooh, yeah, I don't like this guy. Not the way I've drawn him. Some of this might be slightly already off screen, so I do apologize, but there's not technically enough room on this desk because this paper stack is a little bit on the larger side. Also, I don't know about you guys, every time like I wash my hands, because I wash them quite frequently, they get so dry that I put like hand cream. But right now I couldn't put any like hand cream or lotion because I don't want it to transfer to the paper. Luckily, my hands are a little like, I don't know, they're not as dry right now. But usually when they are, I can't even grip my pencils usually because it's too smooth due to the dryness. That it feels like my pencil's gonna like slip right out of my hand. Also, I sometimes like in videos you can see that my hands either look like they're cracked on the top, especially like right here, or they look shiny because I have like lotion or something on them. But I think she is done and ready for painting, which is super exciting because that's all I've done all of this prep work just so that I can paint. So let's go ahead and switch over to a wider view alongside with, actually, probably not a wider view. I'm going to focus it probably on the most kind of upper portion of Safa B first because we're going to paint her face and kind of her shoulder-ish area, collarbone portion first, and then we probably work on her hair, then her hat, then the rest of her body, and like dress and everything. So yeah, I think, oh yeah. No. Why did I do that? Luckily it was on a place that didn't really matter. It kind of looks like I just completed the bubble. But yeah, let's get started before I screw anything else up. So technically for like watercolor materials and stuff, I am going to be using the MeiLiang kind of watercolor set that I've been using for my past few watercolor paintings, just because it takes up the least amount of space on my desk. I also like the vibrancy of all the colors, so that is what we're going to be using. For in terms of brushes, I forgot to grab my other brushes, so I might have to go do that really quick. But in the set, we have our kind of mixing tray or mixing palette right here. We have all of our paints right here, and this is going to be probably the main brush that I'm going to be using for the painting portion. But for larger areas like this, I like to use some sort of like softer, larger brush. So I'm going to go look to see what I have, and I have 2 water containers. Now, I never use these properly ever when watercoloring, but basically you want to have a clean jar or container of water and a dirty container of water. So basically when you're cleaning off your brush, you want to use one jar, and then when you're using to re-wet your paints, you want to use a different jar water just to keep things clean and not contaminating your lovely paints. But because I tend to forget which is which, I end up mixing them. So usually I'll just use the water as is and just wash my brush. And if any of them get too mucky, I will just go ahead, dump out the water, get new water, and we can start fresh. But for the most part, I'm going to try my best to keep the smaller one as my clean water and the larger one as my dirty water in this case. And then, last but not least, I have a towel, which I've been using more recently to kind of like dab off any of the water, like excess water from my brush alongside with cleaning. But I highly recommend if you do have a paper towel, I would grab that as well, just in case you want to blot your piece. I find blotting with a towel just is not as great, as well as it carries a lot of my previous colors, so it's hard for me to not transfer any of the colors from my towel to the paper by accident. So yeah, just kind of like little mini heads up, I guess. So I'm going to find my other brushes and I'll come back to getting started with our first initial washes here. So I have several brushes right here. Now, I'm going to briefly go through them. So like I mentioned, this number 5 brush from the MeiLiang set, I will be using as like my main brush just because it holds enough water and it kind of holds a point really nicely. So I'll be using that. This used to be like my oldest brush that used to be my favorite. It also used to come to a nice point, but you can see I kind of beaten down on it quite a bit, so it's been a little bit more on the fluffier side. So I like to use this for some softer washes as well. Then I have this one, sometimes I use for line work. Sometimes I use this one for line work as well. And then I have my Hake brush, which I like to use for larger washes, which we're not going to be doing today. And then I have a number 4 Paul Rubens brush, which I really love. And this one's also great for like larger washes and some fine details. And then I have this one, which is a Lineart size 0 brush, which also has a nice point if you really need it. I am missing one other brush, which is kind of a similar brush to this one. And it kind of has like a reddish barrel, I think. But I don't know where it is. So I'm assuming it's upstairs in my other brush holder. So I think we're going to omit using that and just stick with these. I think for today, my main brushes probably will be maybe these 4. Or I'll probably interchangeably use these. If not, I can probably get everything done with just these 3 anyways. Or if I'm super lazy, just the one brush will suffice. But to make things a little bit easier for myself, I will just use brushes where I see fit. No. I really need to like reseal this brush, I think. I accidentally ended up making one of the hairs stick out a little bit too much. Just gonna swap my jars as well. Okay. So unfortunately with my lighting, this is not gonna be the most greatest for when I'm mixing colors and stuff because it might get in the way a little bit. So let's start off with a light peachy color. So I'm mixing like a peach color that already comes in the set, but I'm using a little bit of yellow ochre into the mixture. So sorry you can't really see. Yeah, you're not gonna really be able to see where I'm mixing my colors all that well. Also, like I mentioned earlier, or I guess like I didn't mention in this video, but once I turn my head to look at my viewfinder, I do think that sometimes my voice feels like it's gonna get cut out. So if it sounds like I'm getting further away, it's probably because of that. Okay, so let's start off with our... Wow, I feel like I'm nervous to paint, even though I've been so excited this entire time. I don't know if you can tell, but just like virtually no noise. Which is why like I find it difficult to make any kind of like ASMR videos when I'm doing watercolor painting, because I feel like there's no noise for my mic to really capture because all my brushes are kind of on the soft side and I don't really like beat down on my page when adding color. So we're gonna do a little bit of testing. So that's a thing. Filming watercolor painting also is a little bit annoying. There's too many wires in the way. Sometimes I feel like I can't get a nice smooth application with my watercolor on this paper, especially for skin. I feel like for everything else I can pretty much get away with like a little bit more texture. So I'm starting off with a yellower, kind of yellowy base. I keep saying yellower, it's not really a word. Over everything. Or closer like to the areas that have like a skin tone. So I don't mind everything getting a little bit, a touch warmer for some areas. But let's not get too wild because some of the beads and stuff, or some places that I want to preserve any highlights, I should, and not get too wild with the colors, otherwise it might not read correctly. I might pause in between places that I need to wait for things to dry, because like I said, watercolor sometimes is more like of a waiting game. And this paper, like, it dries fast and slow at the same time, if that makes sense. So it dries a little bit slow when it needs to be like a full complete dry where I want to do like several layers on top, but it dries quickly sometimes where I feel like I can't let colors bleed into one another. But sometimes I can add some shadows because I can tell this is still wet, so I won't get the sharpest of lines, but I can still add some of my colors that I want to add as the shadow color a little bit, in a little bit of a softer way, I guess it's the better way of putting it. I will be adding a little bit of purple and blue to the skin as well. But you can see that this kind of orangey color might be getting a little bit too dark because Sotheby's hair is not super light, nor is it super dark. So I don't want too much of this red tone to peep too intensely into the hairline. Or her bangs, I guess, not her hairline. I might switch brushes already. Because for shadows and all that jazz, I do like having a little bit more of a crisp line. So you can definitely mix your own skin tones, but whenever I'm doing more fair skinned characters like Sotheby, if there is like kind of like a peach color available, I will use that just because it's a little bit easier for me to use that as the base for mixing. Otherwise, you can do a mixture of a bunch of yellow ochre, a little bit of cadmium, a little bit of blue to neutralize. So she's looking a little bit pale. I'm hoping once things dry for her face especially. Also, I didn't really talk about this actually. The kind of plus side of having the kind of paper pad gummed on all sides except for that little small place where you can use to release the paper from the entire pad is that once everything dries, it kind of dries completely flat because the sides are all gummed. A similar way you can do this is that once you have your watercolor paper, if you don't have it part of a pad, you can tape it down completely flat onto a board or your desk or whatever your surface is, and let your piece completely dry before moving on if you're doing like a bigger wash. Otherwise, you can pre-soak your paper to pre-stretch everything. But because I don't know. I have seen people do the pre-stretching method. I don't know if I found tape or anything that works well enough on like paper that is already pre-soaked so that it sits and dries nicely. I know pre-stretching is just very popular in general, so if you can pre-stretch your paper, great. If not, just tape it down, make sure things dry completely before removing your paper from whatever surface it's on. So I'm already adding a little bit of blue into her neck area because it's going to be more of a shadow there. I never established a light source. So by default, I guess I'm going with the upper left. So I'm going to switch to my other brush to hopefully get a lighter blush on her. Being a little wary, I accidentally bled some green into my palette, which is kind of the downside about using this palette, because sometimes when I use my larger palette where it has like very distinct wells, there's not really a room for colors to bleed all that much, in my opinion. But this one bleeds a lot easier just because, one, the wells are smaller, and two, the walls aren't super high for these wells. So on cold press paper, I can easily blend out skin tone and blush like this to be a lot softer. But sometimes on hot press paper or kind of this textureless paper, the way it dries becomes very splotchy or a very distinct edge on it. Which is why I feel like it's easier to blend out the color when it's completely wet. But I always feel too nervous to do that, so hopefully her face won't come out too splotchy by doing this method. Then as I'm waiting for some things to dry a little bit, let's make a kind of like a mixture of a purpley grayish blue color. Added a little bit of brown and green into it, and we can do a very simple shadow for her sclera. I think it doesn't look too bad. I don't want to overdo it. So let's go back to the rest of her shoulders, I guess. So that we can kind of do some of the shadows and shapes into here as well. So oftentimes when the paint is still wet, you can definitely add some other colors into this, like blues and purples. Sometimes like a turquoise or a green would work. I forget the artist's name, but they have a lovely combination of like teal and orange in their pieces, which I always love seeing. So I want to see if I can incorporate that a little bit more into some of my pieces. But like where I don't think turquoise will look too out of place, I guess. Which I think this won't look too bad because she's going to have a lot of green anyways. So I feel like the green turquoise shadow won't look too off. But I might need to balance it a little bit more with some warmth. Okay. Go back down here. Also, sometimes using too much water gives you less control. But it's great for like larger washes or if you want to add many colors while the paint is still wet. Because it'll take a little bit longer to dry. I always think like watercolor done right, or not done right, there's not really a right or wrong per se, done in a certain way, it kind of looks like a marker. Okay, let's go back to her face, which should be a little bit more dry in the shadow area. So I'm going to make the shadows a little bit cooler by adding a cooler red. And then we can add a little bit of like a purple. So you can see like as I'm doing more cleaner application of like shadows and stuff, that's when I start to really pay attention to not really budge from certain lines, and I'm trying to stay within my outlines as closely as I can. There's some areas that I can't really control super well. But then we can go in, add a little bit of our blue. And let it bleed into that purpley pink mixture we had earlier to make it a little bit softer. I'm also trying to take advantage of the fact that this brush can do really thin lines so that if I need to do more like detailed areas, I have that opportunity to do so. Then go back and add our turquoise or our blue color back into our shadows up here. little bit too intense. You can also do the opposite. So let's say if we start with our greenish turquoise color, you can grab your slightly warmer shadow color and kind of blur them or mix them together on the spot. So I might do one extra little layer for the neck. Again, with kind of like that turquoise color. I wish I could paint more in the daylight, because I feel like it would be more of an optimal lighting for something like this, where you can kind of see the colors more accurately. Looking a little bit pale here. So I've ever been lifting with like paper towel. You can also lift with your brush, as long as your brush is nice and clean and a little bit on the drier side. You can kind of like suck up some of the moisture, because I noticed that I made some stuff a little bit too dark. So I lifted up some of the color right here. Then I'm gonna fix up her shoulder area a little bit. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. I'm gonna touch up certain parts of her face and then get down to the rest, because certain parts of her face need a little bit more warmth. Let's say like near her mouth, so like near her lips, as well as her chin area. Okay, so a little bit more pink color here. And then we can do a little bit of her chin. Okay, so I think the rest, for the most part, I didn't really give her like actual nose highlight or anything because I forgot to leave a part of it a little bit more of a white of the paper. So I might try to do this, which might be the worst idea. A little bit of a warmer tinge to the top of her nose. Yeah, I don't know if I like that. Gonna wipe it down. Gonna pretend that didn't happen. Hopefully it doesn't dry super splotchy. Because if that were in the face, I would be so sad. Okay, I think she's more or less done. Might try softening this a little bit. I didn't realize I also accidentally bled some of the peach color into the highlight into her eye. Which would be a great time to blot this, but I actually don't have paper towel on me right now. So I might wait until this dries completely. So I might actually briefly work on her hair and map that out a little bit. I need to get my reference, which I have on my iPad in front of me. So she's kind of more of like a light brown, dirty blonde kind of hair color, leaning a little bit more towards slightly like greenish color. So let me mix up a yellowy brown color. See how well I can do this, because my color mixing ability sometimes is just very off. So I have yellow, so I'll add a little bit of purple to neutralize. Okay, I think we have a color. So let's see, we'll use this as the base, I guess. So usually I would actually do the eyes next, but because I should wait for that portion to really dry, the last thing I would want is to try to fix up the whites of her eyes just for me to bleed other colors into it. by accident. Also, I'm trying to add back a little bit of that skin tone into the bangs a little bit, which is turning out to be a little bit too orange. So we'll just lighten it. So I'm kind of painting the right side more, just because I don't have to map out the highlights as much, because the light source, like I said, is going to be coming from the upper left-hand side. So the right-hand side is going to be more in the shadow anyways. I want to neutralize this even more. It's a little bit too brownish instead of this nice yellowy color. So sometimes adding a heck of a lot of paint and water, and then trying to map out where I kind of want everything first, and then kind of with a wet brush with not too much paint on it, I'm going to drag down a lot of my colors. So that a lot more of the concentration of the pigments and stuff is kind of up here. And as I'm dragging it downwards, we're getting a little bit more watery, a little lighter because there's less pigment. That way, hopefully I can bleed it more into our skin tone, because, why did I say it like that? Skin tone. Because it'll be a little bit more translucent or transparent. So I'll probably continue a little bit more of the highlights on this side, but just won't be the white of the paper. Because there's no point of putting like the entire band as white if I want to take in consideration of the direction of the light and where it would be the strongest. I also feel like some of the lighting will not make sense because she has kind of like a little bonnet thing going on here with like a white fabric on her hair. But then she also has like the biggest hat, so where is it still wet? See, this thing's still not dry completely yet. It's kind of buckling or like beveling a little bit, so I can feel it. There. So the other place I want to add the same color. Unfortunately, I can see where a lot of the skin bled into her hair, but some of these areas will be darker anyways. But let's continue with this hair color for some of her other places of hair, which would you consider like ringlets? Okay, making sure I'm not painting out of frame. So majority of this side will be in shadow. Have more intense light as we get closer to our light source. So some of these other areas I might just make the highlights a little bit smaller. Then we have the other side, which I did not mix really enough of the color that I was using. So let's mix some more, which I already forget what I used. So you can see I made this too intense already. It's a little green. But might be okay. Add a little bit more orange to it so it's a little bit less green. And I might add a little bit of a bluish purple into here, which makes it even more green. I'm sitting in like such a weird way that my foot has lost circulation, so I really want like to readjust, but I also don't want to stop painting yet. So for some of her hair here, because it doesn't have like very stark contrast for the highlights, we're gonna have to make up a lot of the values and stuff for the highlights for this side to be mostly determined by the shadow. There. So let me let this dry for a little bit and I probably will come back. Okay, now that things are kind of dry, I'm gonna add kind of like a pale yellowy green as the base for her eyes. Whoops, had too much. Okay, hopefully this works. Because I think, yeah, her eyes should be more or less dried by now. Gonna add a lot of water. Concentrating mostly at the top. I'll definitely zoom in once I start doing the line art and stuff so you can see how I do like detailing. For the most part right now, probably won't zoom in that much. But we'll add a little bit of, not add, I guess I'm leaving in some of the whites to make her eyes look a little extra shiny. And I think I'm gonna wait until this dries again before we add like a top color, which I feel like orange let's see, orange or blue might work the best for the top to make it look a little bit more glassy. But for now, we can continue to work on her hair, which I'm gonna do more testing maybe on this like little ringlet of her hair. So I need to make a darker color. So let's use a brown to mix with our previous hair color. And I need to add a little bit of green. This might have too much contrast. I'm going to add a secondary color to bleed in, which I need to quickly mix before these edges fully dry. So I might add something. Do we want to add something cooler? Like a purple. Like a muddy purple maybe. Ooh, it's more blue, but I don't hate it. Actually, maybe I do. It's a little bit too muddy. I could also add like a reddish orange color. See, the thing is like because I don't plan some of these out, we're a little bit at the mercy of testing as we go. Similar to like the alcohol markers as well. If I don't pre-plan, I kind of just wing it, which right now, not looking too shabby. But that could have turned out a lot worse. I do like the buffering a little bit of that blue. So I might do the same thing. Blue color first, and then or kind of like a peachy orange. So, but I guess like the orange isn't like a completely different color because I know Sotheby has both red and oranges present in the rest of her outfit, especially right here. So the orange in her hair won't look like completely weird, if that makes sense. Like I think if she had more like a purple, actually orange won't look too bad with purple, but like let's say she had no orange and she had like blue ribbons instead, maybe it'll look a little bit funky. But then again, I feel like majority of people can probably make it work somehow as long as it's present somewhere. And blue with orange isn't like the worst thing either. Yeah, I don't know if I like the orange. Maybe it'll grow on me. We don't have to have like super big contrast. And then the inside of her hair. Add a little bit of that blue. A little bit of that purple. And I might throw back a little bit that orange again near the edges. And then as we add more shadows to the inside of this, it'll make a little bit more sense. But right now, I just want a little bit of a different color for to show the inside of the ringlet. See, I already abandoned my clean water, dirty water separation. I've been mostly just using the 1 cup, so, or like the 1 jar. So once this one gets like really mucky, I'll just switch to the other jar, because at this point, I honestly can't be bothered to remember to switch between the two. I think that ringlet actually looks pretty good. I'm scared to like screw it up even more, even though I want to add more of a darker color to part of this. Maybe I'll add it a little lower. But like I said, like hair and clothing, even eyes, everything else is a little bit more forgiving compared to skin if you like having the skin to be less textured and more smooth. Because for hair, I don't really have to worry about blending all my colors into one another. Because hair has like strands and stuff, I can kind of just get away with, ooh, don't do that to the mic. More of like textures or lines that don't really need to be blended out. I would usually do this during the line art stage though, or like similar. I'm surprised I'm putting this much effort into just one ringlet. Because imagine I can't emulate this for her actual hair. It's gonna look a little funny. Even though like her bangs and stuff are gonna be a little bit less detailed anyways. But I definitely would save like a lot of these details for the line arting phase. Which, surprise, surprise, we have to do another phase of doing the lines again, which will be technically the 4th time if you count my initial like digital sketch. You can kind of see the inside of this wasn't completely dry, so it was a little bit more feathery. Okay, I'm gonna take a break from this and we'll move back to her eye color. So finding a brush that you're comfortable with, I think, is kind of important, but I guess it depends also like the level of detail that you want for your watercolor work. I love adding detail and want my end result to kind of maintain that. So having a brush like this that is versatile enough to do thick and thin, this is really helpful. And I'm somebody who cannot really use a water brush. I've seen people use it so nicely, and I wish I could, because like some of their washes that they can do in one go work really well because they're have enough water on their brush like right off the bat and are able to get some really nice washes. But I can't. I just can't. I always end up blobbing too much water. I'm able to gauge a little bit easier with the amount of water I have with like a brush like this, which I've talked about in the past as well. Okay, so while things are ever so slightly still kind of wet, try to bleed in. Also, I can't tell how the audio is going to be for this video. I am severely, I am way too close to the mic. And I know there's not going to be any sound that's going to be picked up from the mic from the brush strokes that I'm doing because they're too light. So I technically like adding the eye line to be the same color, but like super dark of the same eye color. Same as the eye color. But at least what I'm seeing from the official art, they do make it more closer to her hair color, just a little bit darker. So I will do the same. Won't stray too far away. So let's make a kind of dark brownish green instead. I might darken this though later when I do the line art, because that's what I tend to do, both like for my alcohol markers or like anything else that requires it. I like making the lash line a lot darker anyways. I think it just helps the eyes to pop without making the iris look too funky. I might also have to go back with that orange back into her eyes because I don't see it at all and it kind of reads as the same color as the bottom portion. Hope you can't hear my stomach. That's what happens when I eat dairy. Freaking lactose intolerance. So when doing like line art or finer details with a brush, I like to keep track of where the brush hairs are so I know what direction they're kind of facing, so it doesn't give you like a surprise of accidentally going against where the brush hairs are and like it's springing kind of backwards towards you. That way it's a little bit more predictable when you're doing inking. I feel like the whites of her eyes are a little too prominent. She looks a little insane. I might lower her lash line a little bit. I think it's also because like the highlight's like not at the very top. There's like separating something at the very top, so it kind of looks like her eyes are opened even more as well. And the fact that I have her sclera too open. So let's put some lashes in towards it. I think it looks a little better. We'll add our darker color to the center of her eyes as well. Which I'm kind of mixing like a dark green with a purple to get almost a very dark green color. Need a little bit more water. So even though I usually wait to do line art, eyes are always will be the exception. Sometimes I do skin right away too, if I'm a little bit nervous of what it looks like. I think this is like one of the prettiest. Okay, as I say that, I better not smudge the other side. Why did I do the right eye first? One of the prettiest looking eyes that I've done because I kept the contrast actually quite nice. Like I said, I usually don't do eyes and line, or like, I do the eyes, but I don't do the line art this early because if you have to do any extra washes or anything over top, you'll start to lift the paint and it'll become a little bit more fuzzy or not as clear because the edges will feather, which is unfortunate, but I am taking my chances right now. Also, I can't see my brush hairs. Whoops. Which is like one of the things they said you should do, at least for me, is that's like how I keep track of thinner lines, is being able to see where the brush is actually making contact with the paper. Okay, then we'll darken the corner of your bottom of your lashes. So depending on which way I'm trying to line, I will try to match the curvature of my brush hairs, because this brush I can notice that the brush hairs slightly curved to one side. So I'm going to take that to my advantage and drag it along. One day I'm gonna do this video for like some other medium. It's gonna take me forever and I'm gonna lose my voice. Because this is definitely more than 2 hours. It's gonna be like 4 hours plus probably. Look how cute. So as long as I don't botch this footage, I will have this video so I remember how to do things. It's the good thing about recording your process. So I can look back in the future. Even though this might make me more discouraged because I'm going to be like, how the heck did I paint this? Okay, so I'm going to take a small break for my back and then we'll come back to work on the rest of her hair and maybe her face. We'll see. I might line her face in advance. We'll see. Okay, since I know I won't be able to finish this all in one day, one night, I guess, I'm going to try my best to get the line art for the face more or less finished. Actually, no, we're going to continue on the hair because there's no point of doing the line art for the face if I can't do her bangs. So I'm going to go ahead and mix more of that previous color, which I honestly do not remember what I used. So we're just going to guess and mix a bunch of different browns and greens and purples together to see what I can get. It's a little bit more yellowy. So add orange. Hopefully this is like an appropriate color. And hopefully her eyes are dry, because if I royally screw this up, actually, because even if I have video proof, I'm gonna take a picture. I like her eyes too much to royally screw this up. Okay, so for the rest of her hair, let's, yeah, really testing this. I shouldn't do it like that. Let me pull up the reference again just to make sure I have her hair color correct. I mean, similar-ish. It's not the best. But do it like this, and then we'll bring it down with more of like a wet, clean brush. I'm kind of wetting some of these other areas and then letting the color bleed in slowly. So that way we can kind of get a smoother transition. So we can make sure that the hair closest to her face is actually remaining pretty light. Because that is my preference. Getting a little bit impatient because I'm not letting that area dry. I definitely made her hair a lot warmer, I think, compared to her official art. It's kind of like almost like a goldenly greenish color versus mine that has a little bit more tinges of brown, I think. That's okay. I'm not trying to be 100% accurate. I just want her to look like herself. That's what I'm more concerned with. So we'll do something similar where I'm gonna blend down this color, but then later on, I might have added too much water because it's gonna pool and push the pigment in a weird way. Once we add the darker colors, I'll add the indication of like hair strands and stuff a little bit more easily. Because right now her hair is very much like in a blocky state, similar to how I did the ringlet earlier. Okay, I might do her eyebrows actually. Fill them in slightly. And then once we do the line art, we can make them a little bit more prominent. Because the thing is like sometimes characters without eyebrows, they just look a little bit funky. I forgot. This part's supposed to be more in shadow anyways, but treating it very light and delicate, even though this should be more in shadow. A bit more orange, a little bit more green, a little bit of brown. I keep mixing the incorrect color every time. Maybe more like an ochre color. Like moving across the screen. Apologies. Because like my viewfinder is not like next to me, I really need to move one of my screens downstairs again. So I can actually properly see how things look. Maybe I'll do that next time I film something similar. Okay, I managed to kind of shift it out of that green zone. Okay. Let's get some of these shadows. Oh my god. See, this is the thing with working not in the correct procedure. You can just see I dipped my entire palm into her hand. Luckily, I didn't stamp it anywhere else. And I just noticed that I'm also rubbing the graphite around on this side too, which is not great, but I can take this opportunity to kind of sink in some blue here. Maybe a little bit of purple. Every time I say purple, it ends up becoming really blue anyways, so it's not really purple anymore. It's kind of like a periwinkle color is the color that I'm kind of adding. Okay, I'm gonna work on this side. We'll wait for this to dry a little bit more. AKA the other ringlet that I want to do. Then I think I'll call it a night, because I think it's almost 3 a.m. I didn't do my Inktober. Maybe I'll do my Inktober before I sleep as well. get this color. So kind of same method. I'm gonna try to paint the sections a little bit. I want to keep these kind of fairly wet so that we can bleed in other colors, which in this case I'm going to add in a little bit of that bluish purple again. I'm thinking I can leave it just as is, and then I should be blurring in maybe the orange at this side instead. Which I think would have been smarter, but I didn't have enough foresight to think about it. Actually, it's a little wet still, so I might be able to sink a little bit of that orange in. Maybe, maybe not. And then a little bit too dark. Then yeah, this video is probably going to be late when you guys are seeing it on Wednesday. I think kind of like a light blue color. We'll add some of the shadows in afterwards. But for now, I'm going to add kind of like a brownish, add a little bit more green. Just a nice musty, darker, brownish green color to add a little bit more texture and contrast back into the hair. I'm noticing that that part is not fully dried either, but you can kind of see like adding the darker band of like shadow right next to where the highlight would be. It kind of makes it look really shiny, which is what I really like. Also being really impatient. Luckily this part is kind of more or less dried. Kind of looks cute. Calling like one singular ringlet cute. Is that weird? Maybe. Darken up this one side a little bit more. yeah, I think tomorrow night I will try my best to complete this. I think I'm gonna try to squeeze in my Inktober and then hit the hay because I don't be overly tired tomorrow. So we're almost done with her hair. I just have to do like the base of her hair because I think more or less on this side, the parts that I'm kind of fixing up, even though I usually will do this with the line work, but I'm very impatient right now because I'm actually really liking what this is looking like right now. And I'm hoping to keep the line work pretty simple for parts of the hair because overlining it might make it look a little bit too, how to explain, flat, I guess. Like if I outline everything with the same darkness, I guess. But I think we're looking pretty good. Actually, I think this is one of my favorite watercolor pieces, even though I haven't done any part of her like dress or anything. So far good practice, as well as just, I'm just feeling good. Feeling good about the watercolor piece so far. So I'll come back tomorrow, I think, and yeah, you guys will probably see it like immediately. I'm also gonna take some time to clean this up a little bit. Okay, I'll come back. Goodbye. Okay, so it is night 2 now. I have Stardew Valley music playing in the background today. But I also forgot, I didn't really sketch out this one little gem. But we are doing a continuation of the previous night. So let me go ahead, reopen my waters. And we can continue on with her hair. And then after that, we can finally work on the clothing and things, which I feel like would take a little bit less time. They are larger areas, but I don't think I'm too particular in terms of the detail. So let's get started back with the hair. So let's mix up again a little bit of a darker color for the edges, and then I need something for the shadows. So I technically should have looked back at my previous footage to see what colors I used to mix for Sotheby's hair, but I didn't, so we're just gonna kind of wing it. So I'm mixing a lot more greens. Hopefully this isn't too bad of a color. I can notice that like some of these areas, I love how this dried, so I'm not going to touch the hair at all here, but I can see some of that peach color alongside with then like the greenish blue. So we'll definitely add that back into here for some of the other shadows. And I'm starting a little bit earlier today, so hopefully we have plenty of time to actually finish today's painting, because I don't know why I keep doing this. I tend to record videos quite late, thinking that I can finish them in one session. So this is technically going to be Wednesday's video, which hopefully you guys will be seeing if I can get everything edited, exported, and finalized. So I'm going to add a lighter wash probably to this side to give the bangs a little bit more of a shape, but for the rest, I do want to kind of add that bluish color. Almost more of like a saturated tealy green color for these other shadows, and then we will bleed some other colors into it because I think that's what I like the most about how I did the ringlets. Now her hair is actually not this dark nor this green, but I'm making some choices here that I feel like the contrast is going to be kind of needed. Line art will definitely help with some portions of the hair as well, but not entirely everything, because I don't like, I think I mentioned in probably yesterday's session, so probably early in this video, that I wanted to, let's see, not overdo the line work for the hair. Otherwise, I'm gonna lose some of that nice shape that I already have currently for a lot of the ringlets. So I don't want to go too overboard, making her hair darker as well. So I might wait until the rest of this dries and then we can add a, I might add like a bluish purple or something to her hair. And hopefully I won't ruin everything. We'll just do one quick like little pass over everything. That way we can establish a little bit of the shadows from her hat and kind of like this bonnet shaped area. So, yeah, let's get a kind of floppier brush like this. And I want to add in some colors for the little fabric around her hair. So I do want it to be a little bit on the warmer side. So let's add our yellows and oranges together. Maybe a little bit of that pink. So I'm doing like a fairly light but also very watery wash because I want to be able to afterwards add in some other colors into this initial wash. So we can add like purples or blues, grays, anything like that. I think grays would work nicely because they'll read a little bit more blue. Especially for this type of fabric, I don't really mind. Okay. Like white fabrics are one of my favorites to usually paint if I have a good gist of what colors I want to use. Sometimes I add very like vibrant colors and sometimes they're a lot more muted. So right now I'm playing it a little bit safe. by adding very much like pastel kind of gray tones that are not too jarring. So we can put some of this into shadow. Hopefully this looks kind of like some thicker folds here and there. Kind of wait until the side dries a little bit before adding too much. Okay, so I'm thinking if I want to switch brushes to one of my larger ones like this one, so we can fill in a good chunk of like a yellowish green or a gradation of like a yellow to a green, so that we have lighting from kind of our upper left hand corner to stay somewhat consistent. It's kind of a nice, kind of deeper foresty green for her hat. So I might have to add a little bit of brown or red to mute it a little bit. Pretty sure, yeah, in this corner I think I have the more appropriate looking green. Whoa. The mic is too close. Oops, getting a little bit messy here. So because this wash is a little bit still a little bit damp, I'm going to try my best to bleed in more of that yellow into it, because I didn't really get that initially because the yellow kind of dried while I was mixing. Ooh, I did forget some details in her hat. I just realized there is a set of two kind of like bead chains going across. I forgot to sketch that in, so she's not going to have that in her this current piece, which kind of sucks, because I wish I got all the details correct, but sometimes you don't remember to double check, I guess. So this is kind of more like a muted foresty green. And then we can get more of a deeper, more saturated with a little bit more blue added into it. Then I will add a little bit of blue. A little bit more purple as well, until we can get it nice, more of a deeper green color. I like working with watercolor, but sometimes I don't know what exactly I'm doing. I'm just kind of winging it as I go, because like I mentioned, I am self-taught for a lot of like painting mediums, I guess. Technically, well, acrylic and oils technically classes for, but they don't really teach you technically like technique. They mostly teach you like, oh, let's talk about lighting, rather than like learning actually how to use the paints and stuff. Because oh boy, I struggled a lot with doing acrylics until I came back from like a trip from, I think, China. And then after that, I struggled a heck of a lot with oils. And I still think to this day I don't understand oils enough. Okay, so in her hat, I guess this is entirely white as well, but I'm gonna add some green because I actually have more exposed compared to how the original art has it. And I probably should have done some of the detailing for these smaller areas first. But while we have the green out, I might do her dress as well, and her gloves, as they are also just a nice kind of green color. Okay, we'll add more like depth and everything once this dries a little bit. So let's move down. Her straps are kind of similar in color. Say a little lighter. So let's mix kind of like a lighter wash of green. Now this brush holds a lot of water, which is why I'm getting like very watery washes compared to the other brush. That's kind of what I want when I'm adding like a bunch of different colors, but sometimes it's annoying if you're trying to wait for things to dry, because so much water is going to take time for it to completely dry and lay flat. I'm really saturating this with a lot of water, so hopefully this will... No! Sometimes working with like a bigger, floppier brush, I do have less control. Okay, I'm gonna pop this into shadow as well. Do our little beads here, or our pearls. as I put my palm or like the side of my hand directly into her dress. Okay, I kind of want to do the outlines for her face though. I will wait. I will also shade this in. Okay, more of the beads on this side. She'll put this side completely into shadow, and then we have a little bit of highlight for these ones on the left. Okay, so let's also do some of the feathers at the very top. So they have it very warm, so I will do the same. I guess like not super warm. We want it to be a soft gradation first, and then we can figure out how we want to do some of the shading. Wow. Feeling slightly impatient with the painting. I don't know if it's because I finished the hair, so I feel like I don't want to do the rest. We're just kind of finishing up more of this kind of fabric that we have here. Trying not to also dip my hand into certain areas. I didn't add that many like warmer tones to the folds here. I do want to add a little bit more of like blue, like that turquoise color, so. But it just appears more green because I don't have it super prominent anywhere. And it's mixing a little bit more with those yellows. Might add a little bit more greenish blue. Back into the hair a little bit. Okay, and I'm gonna add just kind of like a very general shadow. So I don't want to end up like lifting too much stuff, and then we'll add actually like a good proper shadow for the hair. Kind of like that. It's not too in your face, I guess, but kind of just more subtle, if anything. Okay, so let's add in our red. So basically I'm trying to tackle this upper portion. One, because it's a little bit harder for me to reach because the paper's so large. And then two is because as it dries, then I can just work my way downwards and I won't really have to interrupt any of these upper areas. I'm always wary because like obviously I don't want to dip my hand into the wet paint that's already currently on my paper. But to get kind of more of a easier time with cleaner and more stable painting, I like to place my hand down on the surface because I feel like I have a little bit more control and then I don't have to guess around too much with my shaky hands. Okay, we'll let those roses kind of dry. I'm also might, let's see, maybe I'll just let it dry because I was gonna see if I could pick up some of the pigment so that we can make it a little bit lighter in some areas. So we need those areas to dry a little bit. So moving on to, I guess, orange. Now my palette's so weird right now. So I need to clean it a little bit to make room for, whoops, a bright orange. Also, if you're thinking like, oh, she's almost done painting, besides the fact that I have so much of the dress and stuff to do, I also still have to do line work afterwards anyways. Let's get a nice vibrant orange, which I'll mix with a little bit of yellow. And then we can darken things as we go. add red to our orange so that we can get more of a deeper color. I feel like the orange is a little bit more softer. So I'm going to try to make it a little bit less intense here. So let's see how far I can make it down. Wee. So I might make it get a little bit lighter. So you reach the bottom. I also accidentally let the edge kind of dry a little bit too much, so this might not even blend that all that nicely. I meant lighter, and I just added more like pigment to it instead. Whoops. Blur it onto a purple. Sometimes for like things that are not supposed to be in focus, they become more atmospheric by getting lighter and a little bit cooler. So that's what I'm trying to do. Okay, so we still have her ribbon that is near her face. Kind of tying her hat all together. So I'm gonna add some of this pink. Making sure the side of my hand isn't wet or damp because I don't want to accidentally lift up paint either. So there's a pattern inside of her hat. I don't know if I'm going to do it because it is a lot. So I might put a little bit of an indication because I can't see it super clearly anyways. And then we also have black at the very top for our bird-shaped object at the very top. So I mixed a blue and a brown together. Which I might lift a little bit. So I can add a little bit of yellow. So I don't really notice that part of my rose that I initially had some of the wash for, like this one, some of the lighter areas just like got completely eaten up, I guess, by the wash. So a lot of the whites, or not whites, I guess like the super lighter areas kind of just got completely covered. That's okay. We still have something to work with, so it should be fine. Which will make a kind of like a cooler red. So we'll add red and then we'll add our blue and or purple. Yeah, when I'm editing this, I need to see if I can actually hear anything when I'm painting, because honestly, one, it's like going to be pure silent, and or just the scraping noise of my hand across the paper, because the brush virtually makes no sound. It's mostly my hand that's making the noise. So hopefully this like gives you ample amount of extra time to work along too, because watercolor truly just takes so long for me. Okay. It's kind of ugly. An ugly rose. Roses look prettier, I think. Either you do it very like expressively, or you plan out the petal shapes a little bit more in advance so that it doesn't look so chunky, I guess, in a way. Oy. So let's get into... So some of these watercolor paints are a little bit more opaque. Especially a lot of the lighter colors, because a lot of them have white, I think white zinc or whatever in them, which is more of an opaque pigment. So I do have to be careful sometimes. But nothing a little bit of like watering down won't help fix. Then what about that center portion? That might make everything else kind of vague looking. Also, is anyone like watching Elusive Samurai? I've been loving that anime so much. I kind of want to read the... I forget if it's a novel or if it's just a manga. I kind of want to read it because I love the characters so much. I love a cast of like just good... how to explain it? Like your family's kind of like a found family trope. Like a ragtag team of just goofy characters all together. They're all like so lovable. To a certain degree, I mean, like, you know. The main cast is. Some of the opposing sides I want to punch. Leave my little guy alone. Not too bad. I do like the grayish blue for this kind of tan color too. Okay. We also have the leaves, which we'll use some of these muted greens to do. So I don't do this too often. Sometimes I do it if I'm just picking up a straight pigment, or not pigment, like a color from my palette that I don't really plan out. But I don't really mix colors on the paper. I tend to mix the colors prior and then let the colors bleed into one another rather than like actually blending them out. Okay, then we have one more. Where is wet? I think everything is mostly dry-ish. So we can go back to the hat because I kind of wanted to really make it a deep green. So we can also establish the shape a little bit. This is also a leaf. Okay, let's work on the hat, which we want a deeper, more cooler green for the inside, which I might just drag downwards from our, like, kind of our baseline. Hopefully I can show you what I mean. So you get a nice color. So I might turn my paper. Yeah, you can see. So I want to leave a little bit of an outline of where the highlight would be, just to give it a little bit more dimension, but I want to keep the top a little bit more crisp, and then we can drag the color down a little bit and have it the most darkest at the very top. And then as we move downwards, I'm gonna make it a little deeper. But as we move down, I might have waited too long. The edges are kind of like setting up already. But I want it to be a little bit lighter towards the bottom compared to the top. We can add a little bit of shadow. Kind of like the form of the shape of the hat a little bit too. But I might have to carry all this way to the very edge so that I don't have a weird place on where the color started and stopped. I'm hoping the camera's picking up the color kind of correctly. And then we'll do the same for this side. So we're gonna make the inside significantly darker. So I'm gonna add a lot of like blues and purples into my green. Fairly dark. And then we can drag the color down a little bit. Might have to make the top of this one a little bit darker, actually. Okay. So this color that I mixed up for, I think, the remaining portion of the hat right here, it's much more on the cooler side, so I don't know why I kind of made it warm again. Okay, we can do the inside. Portion of kind of like down here. Okay. I don't want this portion to really read as hat. So I'm going to add a little bit of that gray to help break it up into a different shape. I'm also going to add in our kind of like a reddish pink color here. So as much as I like that bright red, I'm going to suck up some of the color near the bottom. So not only does it give it a little bit more of a highlight or reflective light, I also want to add back in a little bit of like a purpley blue color. Just for like visual interest. And then I might swipe some of that color again. So I'm kind of like lifting the paint a little bit with some water. I think this is also red. I kind of like got off my reference here. Yeah, we have red, but I want it to be a little bit more muted since it's supposed to be in shadow. And because this is kind of like a, what is it called? A test tube, so it's glass. I am going to bleed some of this color into some portions of it just so that it has a little bit of that look of like transparency. But we don't want to do like a 1-for-1 because sometimes the color looks lighter when you look through glass, as well as it's not as clear. The liquid is kind of like a very bright neon green. Kind of lift up the color. She's on another. Why do I keep forgetting? Does too. Like near the bottom as well. Okay. Once again, we have some leaves. Oops, kind of bled the red right into the green. That's okay. Also, try my best not to let some colors pool if they're next to another color. Also, I should make this darker too, because otherwise the pooling sometimes can push colors to the edge and then you have like a weird gap. I'll bleed a little bit of that color. Hopefully this is dry. Okay, so I'm going to let the inside of the hat dry a little bit, and then we can do the top part to kind of make it look a little bit less flat at the very top, but I don't want to touch too much of the values, otherwise it looks not like enough contrast between the inside and the outside. But we should work on more of these feather kind of parts. Okay, let's continue with our darker flower here. Okay. All my flowers look so terrible today. It's not a good day for flowers. It's okay. Hopefully also Inktober is going well for you guys. I know, I guess like by the time this video comes out, it'll be day 2 for Inktober. And I didn't realize this. I think I talked about it on Instagram a little bit, but I pre-plan a lot of my sketches for stuff like Inktober if I know I want to draw like all 31 days or something, so I have a little bit less to think about on the day of. So I can focus like just purely on the line work or whatever I want to focus on for that challenge. So I pre-sketched like Masaki, Kaisen, Moriko, and Koji. So I did 4 days in advance before doing Masaki's day, which I did earlier today, like around 3 a.m. And then I didn't notice that I accidentally forgot to kind of like put a, what's it called? Sticker paper between, or not between, behind the current pages that I'm using. Otherwise, like the way how I'm sketching, if I sketch like on the front and the back, one of them is going to have bleed through from the marker and the other one won't. So I had to sacrifice one of these like sketches that I already drew, which I ended up sacrificing Kaisen's because I liked Moriko's a little bit more. So I redrew it on a like sticker paper and stuck it back into my sketchbook. Well, actually I didn't stick it in there yet, but I wanted to film it first. But I didn't think I was gonna like screw something up like that early, even though it's like a minor thing. Okay. So a lot of the colors up here are probably going to be left untouched, other than maybe a little bit of, I'm just going to straight up use black, I think. A little bit too lazy to mix like a proper color. Redefine the shape a little bit. But I think everything else up here, other than like the green portion of the hat, I think we will just kind of leave. And then I will come back to touch things up and hopefully make things make a little bit more sense once I add some line work and lines just to spruce and, you know, clean everything up so that it doesn't look so funky. So, forgot to add a little bit of shadow for these, and then we can work on her gloves and the rest of her dress. Or, yeah, let's do the hat really quick actually, because I think this is kind of more or less dried. Squeaky chair. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wet this, and then we can bleed in our desired color a little bit easier. Because this side is supposed to be darker. I want to leave a slight lip or edge that's untouched so that we still have a little bit of a thickness coming from our, or the rim of the hat, I guess. A little bit of a shadow. And I might, actually I think I'm going to leave this side kind of untouched. We're going to add a slight rim though. Oops, smudging that black right away. I never remember where I've already added color. I'll just extend it. Just a slight rim, and hopefully when I add like some more detailing, not detailing, I guess the line work, we'll clean up this edge a lot more because it's looking a little fuzzy. But next up, let's work on our orange, and then we just have her dress and her gloves to do, which is still quite a bit of stuff to do, but that's okay. Everything else, like line art, will spruce things up for them. So let's go ahead and pick our colors for the orange ribbon. Still want a little bit of that pinkish red. For our orange. I don't think anything else is wet, so I think we should be good to go. But similar to other areas, I am going to try my best to bleed in some other colors, which purple and like some kind of blue tends to work the best for myself. Okay, then the lower portion, I don't really like how I did the ribbon all that much, but it could look worse. I like how the color is bleeding in to one another, but I just don't like the shape of what I'm doing. Okay, and then we'll add a little bit of that blue again to the side. Same thing to the ribbon in the back. I'm just going to push it backwards by making it a lot cooler. A mixture of like purple and blue. While we make the front one a little bit more vibrant. Okay. We'll go down to the very bottom, do a similar approach, purple and blue. for the shadow here. But as we get closer to kind of like the edge, I will make it orange again. Okay, and then we have this side. I already see like a place where I missed the ribbon color. But this blue with this orange just looks nice. I just really like it. So kind of back here. And then we have her sleeves. So for her sleeves, I want to do a similar method of applying our... Alright, I'm trying to... Wait. How do I mix this green color? It's a little bit more muted, so let's do yellow ochre, a little bit of a reddish brown. See how this works. But what I want to do is leave the edges of her sleeve a little bit with a highlight. Then everything else we can kind of fade into another color, which I already mentioned. Did I just put my arm into the orange? God dang. Use like a turquoise color to do this alongside with probably like a peach or an orange. Add some of that warmth back in. The very edge. Like I said, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just kind of like winging it. If it looks nice, then great. If it doesn't, then you know why, because I don't know what exactly I'm doing. You shouldn't really be following what I'm doing because I'm not an expert in watercolor. I just enjoy it from time to time. So I'm trying to drag some of the green that's a little bit darker back into some of these lighter areas just to give the sleeve a little bit of free dimensionality so that the edge has like a little bit of reflective light over here and then still has a nice cleaner edge over here. I don't know if it looks kind of okay. Okay, let's go ahead and do her gloves, which is pretty much the same color. Add a little bit more yellow. If only I put enough energy into the clothing like I did into the hair. Might not actually look too bad, but you know what? It's okay. As long as I'm having fun with the painting, I shouldn't care too much, I guess, is what I should say. These. So obviously if you have more water on your brush, you're going to have less control because it's going to be really kind of like thick application. So if you definitely want to do more precise lines, you're going to have to use a little bit less water. Because even like right here, I have more control than earlier over here. But you can also just dab some of the color away. And reuse it elsewhere. I should have done like a base color first. It's probably my problem. Because I think this might be too dark as the base. Okay, and then the bust-ish area is more of a softer, more bluish green compared to the rest of her clothing. So I'm going to combine some of these greens together. I noticed that we should add some light as well, so I'm going to bleed in some of the softer yellow. I have to be careful. I keep dipping my hand into everything. So I'm making this side darker, but I also don't want to lose the same green color that I have currently going on. It's not really darker per se, it's just like a slight hue change and a little bit of a value change, because I think I'll have to make up for the side being exposed less to light. Let me start to add some shadows and shading. Okay. I don't think it's like as soft as like a, I don't know how to explain it. It's not pastel green per se, and it's not quite like an emerald green either. It's like a little bit more yellowy. It's a little softer. I don't know if I can get this green to be exactly how I want it to be. My lack of mixing ability is gonna make me struggle here a little bit. Oh, maybe it's because I didn't mute it. Yeah, I think that looks a little bit better. If I added a little bit of a reddish color or a pink or a peach color. But we're using a lot of green this time. Leave some highlights. The lace is going to be a little bit of a pain. For now, I will color and put in everything around it. I feel like this is actually supposed to be that deeper green, which is okay. Kind of the same pastelish green for the rest of this. Not exactly pastel. I guess it's like slightly more of a muted, cool green. It's on the lighter side. Which unfortunately, I'm using a lot of like these, what is it called? Pastel colors in this set. So like I mentioned, it kind of makes things a little bit more opaque, which isn't a bad thing. It just makes stuff a little bit different in terms of like how you want to use it with like layering, or maybe like even how well it blends with other colors. Because I can't tell if it has like a slightly thicker consistency because of the opaqueness. Like it's opaque because it's slightly thicker. See, this would benefit from using like an actual larger brush. So you don't have to start and stop all these little areas. You can kind of do it in one go. Because otherwise you're fighting against time a little bit, making sure that your edges don't dry completely so that you can kind of get a smoother wash, which I don't mind if it's not like entirely smooth, but I don't want it to be like jarringly uneven, if it doesn't make sense. So you can kind of see that my paper is kind of struggling to accept the paint a little bit, and it requires me to kind of work at it a little bit more. And the reason being is that my oils from my hand is that probably being applied to the paper, and it's causing it to leave a film, which is making it a little bit harder for the water to adhere. So that's why it's usually great to make sure your hands are clean. I did end up putting hand cream and I kind of forgot until now. That's kind of the reason why I try to either let my hands be dry by not putting hand cream, or I have to thoroughly wash them beforehand. I guess like both results, my hands being dry. And then the other side. Okay, so sleeves, check. Okay, stop dipping my hand into the paint. So we still have this band to do, which is similar to her straps. Actually, I might add a lighter greenish yellow first. It's not even that much lighter. I'll just make everything else darker. It's just as long as it's darker than the chest part and the rest of her dress, then I think we're okay. Okay, I'm gonna let some of these pieces of watercolor clothing, I guess, dry a little bit, and I'll come back. Then we can focus on some of the accessories, and hopefully one more like half hour-ish session should finish the rest of this clothing, and then we can work on the actual line art, which is one of my favorite parts when doing watercolor painting like this. Also switched music. I switched over to listening to 10 centimeter because I miss their music, and it's kind of like that cozy-ish kind of vibe sometimes. So I feel like I just needed a break from the Stardew. But let's go ahead and finish up some of these pearls as the green still kind of dries up a little bit. I did take a like 5-minute break, so there's a discrepancy in the drying, then that's kind of why. I'll do this side as well. And then the center of hers, it's red, but these are also kind of that pearlescent kind of white pearl color. So after that, it's just basically the pinkish red color, which I'm going to do something similar to the earring. So we'll add our red. I made the highlight very tiny though. Then we'll take our kind of turquoise color, do the edges, and let that kind of bleed in. I like mixing it with a little bit of one of the lavender purples because it does have more of that white. It bleeds in like a more stronger blue color. So I think it looks really pretty. I could try to take and lift off a slight amount just to give it more of that three-dimensional look. Okay, I'm gonna add one more layer of green to this sleeve. Just to make it a little bit darker. Not by too much because her sleeve isn't actually super dark. I don't know if I like the center color is the problem. So maybe I will add a little bit of a overlay. Kind of like a yellow ochre color. I guess I am making it darker. I just didn't like that look of it. It looked a little too patchy and odd shape for it to be a sleeve in my opinion. I don't know if this looks any better, but hopefully. Okay, let's add one little pass of a shadow color. For all of this. Then we'll add some darker shadows in between for some of the folds, but right now I just want to focus on more of the shape of the chest area. I guess add a little bit of the texture of the fabric. Sure, these have a nice little drop shadow. Yeah, this purple blue combination like a turquoise and a lavender I've been liking. Kind of putting it everywhere. It's definitely more subtle on the green. But I kind of... I'm never not gonna put my palm into the color. Okay, then I'm gonna add a little bit of a darker color to do the shadow for where the ribbon. Nice. I think it looks nice, I guess. Like I said earlier. I don't think it looks too bad. I feel like a lot of my normal speaking habits are coming out right now. Because like sometimes when I film certain videos and I do voiceovers, I don't have like my usual like sayings or phrases that I tend to say as much because, you know, obviously it's not really like a full conversation or long enough, I guess, for me to do my usual habits. Because I say like 1 second or like nice just randomly sometimes. Not randomly, but like applicable in a conversation. Just like one of these don't really have a shape to them. And then I might go back and... So sometimes I do this with the line art, but I might fix it up right now just to make everything look a little bit cleaner before we hit line art, even though I still have a lot of areas to kind of finesse and finagle with. Some of these areas, because part of it I left gaps of white around each little orb or bead is because I wanted like reflective light, but right now it looks kind of choppy. It doesn't really make sense. Like these ones, like I feel like they need green in between, but I think when I do the line art, it won't be too weird. Okay, so let's do the rest of her dress. I'm actually going to do the gloves and the kind of like belt-ish area where it's cinched off first. So hopefully I can make these shadows kind of make sense. I spent majority of today like cleaning. I don't know if it's because like of the temperature, like it's cold outside, but like the more you do stuff, like I'm getting like more hot and like sweat and stuff. I feel like my sinuses are acting up again. So let's darken up our green a little bit here. Okay. Actually, listening to like 10 centimeter makes me want to listen to, oh, what's his name? Kawasaki. I don't really remember his full name. Kawasaki something. I'm sure if you look up Kawasaki, you'll probably find his songs. But I love his voice so much. His style of songs are like really very much my style. It's like more ballady, slower paced, more or less. There's like obviously some exceptions, but I love those types of songs, so. So I'll like paint most of the like the greens, and then we'll do the cream color here. I'll do the transparent area, and then we can do all our more earth tones, like the browns. But I do like this piece so far. I still think I like her hair and face the most. Because like I mentioned, I don't think I planned out the clothing all that well. Maybe it's because of the also, what is it called? The light source was not really established like prior. So even like as I'm placing down these areas of color, I'm not really paying attention too much of like where the lighting is happening here. More of a harsher shadow here. Okay. Let's see. Maybe I will switch brushes, remix my colors. Our pinks, a little bit of our greens, ochre color. Because the good thing is working with small with that one brush is that I can use that one brush literally for everything. But with larger pieces like this, if I want things to look a little bit smoother and just to work a little bit easier, sometimes you do have to switch brushes. Use something a little bit more appropriately sized. Missed some green areas here. I can tell, yeah, these areas definitely my hand was resting on. Okay, so even though I will have these larger shapes. I am going to go back in with the smaller brush and do a little bit of a deeper color into the kind of like the most concentrated part of the fold. So definitely wish I kind of painted her dress in a more prettier manner in terms of the folds. I might want to add yellow and maybe like a peach color. Back into the dress a little bit, kind of a corporate, that warmer color that I had earlier. Because some of these areas look too flat. Okay, and then kind of with the same color, I'm just gonna do these white areas. Just a little bit harder because of my oily hands. This brush is a little bit easier with spreading the colors though on top of areas that kind of already have that oily surface, I guess, versus the softer, larger brush. Okay, so I'm gonna go back and add a little bit of a darker color here. I'll fix this probably with the line art though, but everything else I think is mostly done for the greens. Because we can also fix stuff after I add line art. And then we can do the browns and golds. So let's do a light wash of kind of like our ochre color. Maybe a little bit of purple to mute it. A little bit of orange to the edge. A little bit of brown. This little guy's in shadow, so I might make it a little bit more bluish purple. We can add some other colors afterwards. I think you can probably tell I'm like losing steam. And then each of these are also green. Same with her. Let's see. Test tube here. Also don't want to forget her watch, which is also kind of that gold color. Is it Takaya? Kawasaki Takaya, maybe. Takaya? Takaya. Could be completely wrong. But maybe I'll switch the song soon, because after this 10cm song, because I actually really like this one. Let's see. What else? What else? Besides darkening up some of these. Yeah, I feel like I just want to get onto line work. So I'll quickly put down another wash of our lighter kind of gold color, so that I don't have to really do the gold accents. And then we can add brown on top of this. The green's still a little damp because of that brush holds so much water. So all of these shadows are still like wet to the touch. Or I guess like, yeah, they're just damp because they're not exactly lifting when I put my hand on them, but it's definitely like cold. So it's definitely not fully dried versus like some of these areas that are more dried. Oh, I forgot. This side. Let's mix up another dark green. Okay, and then just kind of like the inside portion of this part. I feel like my nose is whistly again. I apologize. Sometimes I feel like when I do like ASMR, I can cut out certain words. Or like if I'm doing like real time other sessions, I guess, or not real time, like when I'm doing voiceover, I can usually overlay music and people can't really hear it as well. That's another thing I say a lot though is like not yet. I just realized sometimes I'm like occupied doing something like this and like someone asks me a question. Even like regardless if I heard them or not, sometimes I just say not yet. Being like, I'm not paying attention. Like, don't talk. Okay, so after that, let's add a little bit more depth to our kind of lace areas, I guess. Then we'll darken the inside of her dress. Okay. We're almost there. We're almost to the line arting phase. It's almost midnight. Oh no, it's actually midnight already. It's 12:11. Which means I can do Inktober anytime for day 2. Can you hear my stomach? I don't think I ate anything wrong today, but my stomach's still upset. Let's mix our brown here. I forgot what the song's called. I think it's like one of the first introductions to me listening to 10 centimeter. So I really love this song. It's probably like Huh, What is Spring, I think it's called in English. Okay, so we can make this nice brown color. I might have to do the ribbon a little bit more too. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. So even though I said you could probably do the line art first and then you can fix up some stuff afterwards, which is totally true. Just be careful of like going over your lines again, because if they're done in watercolor like I'm going to be doing, they're going to reactivate, so you might get more like blurred lines. which is why I'm going to try my best to get everything kind of sorted out right here first. And then we can do the line art without too much hassle. And line art's like one of my favorite just because it ties everything together, similar to like other mediums that I've done with like line art, where it requires me to do inking after I do the coloring. It just refines everything and ties it all together in a way that makes sense to me. Because even right now I'm like borderline doing the line art already. So I might do the rest of that watch part of line art. Instead, let's paint our knockoff Mickey. I'm calling it a knockoff Mickey because I drew it so funky. Then I needed like a black. I just realized I think the black that I was trying to use earlier was not black. I think it was just a super dark brown. Because right now I'm using black. Poor little guy looks so ugly. I couldn't draw him in a cute way. Alright, let's finish up the rest of this kind of brown. Okay, then we can do a little bit more contrast, I think. And then we can add it to here as well. Sometimes I feel like when I do real-time talking, am I even audible? I know like when I edit it, I make sure that, you know, things are loud enough, I guess. Sometimes I feel like I just don't talk loud enough in general. I haven't heard this song in such a long time. Oh, that's another, I feel like it's like a super romantic song. I love this song, by the way. It's called, I think it's 10 Reasons I Love You, or is it called 10 Reasons? And it's by Lee Suk-hoon. Even like visually, I think he's like my ideal type. Technically. But I think that's like also very common, like a lot of people like him, so he's very handsome. But his singing and just like I think he's very like gentlemanly, gentleman-like, I guess. And then he sings really well, so Almost done. Jeez. Remind me to never do this ever again. I will edit it down instead and have it either as a time lapse or as like a snippet, because oh my lord, this is... my brain cells are slowly dying. I'm sure yours are too, listening to me just ramble about almost nothing. So we're going to be doing line art with the same brush though. And I think, yeah, I think we're done. With just the... ooh, she has gold detailing. Maybe if I can find my gold paints. I don't remember if they're upstairs or if they're in this office. But I'll put some gold detailing on her... what is it called? Her dress, because she actually has some. But let's go ahead and switch gears. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in a little bit so we can show you how I do my line art with this same exact brush. And we're just going to concentrate really hard. So I don't know if I'm going to talk a lot, so I apologize. But let's go ahead and get started with that. Okay, hopefully this is an okay angle. I might be out of frame like every so often, so apologies because I'm not going to keep looking backwards on my viewfinder. But we're going to be doing line art with watercolors. So basically I don't water down any of my paints all that much. It's like very little water on my brush and for like my actual paint. So this is kind of my mixture right here. So it's kind of on the thicker side, but it should work for what I need it to do. And I don't know if you can tell that there's like a little bit of a curve to my brush. So I'm going to keep an eye at the very tip of this brush and try my best to just make sure that the brush works the way that I want it to. I'm also going to change the song. Let's see. Kawasaki Takaya? I guess it is Kawasaki Takaya. I love his music. A playlist though. Playlist. Because Spotify ads make me go insane. Especially on mobile. Okay. It's gonna be nerve-wracking. So I'm gonna do a test on kind of like her ear right now. So when I'm picking up paint, I'm also like rolling my brush so that we can keep my brush to have a super sharp point. Sometimes I'll dip the tip of my brush into water as well, so it doesn't get too dry, because I don't want to keep picking up paint all the time. And you can literally see that I'm literally only using the tip of the brush. I'm not really pressing down all that much. So that's how I'm going to get fine lines. And you don't want a lot of water because it will cause your brush to basically dispense too much all at once. I kind of want to change her mouth. Is this a bad idea? Because this would be too big as like a wide open smile. I might do it. I'm gonna sacrifice your cute face. So let me make a pink. We're gonna mark out. I'm gonna start off big with her teeth. Just to see if we like it, because if not, we can always go smaller, but going larger or like showing more teeth is harder, so. I think it looks cute. So we'll kind of add our darker version just to make sure it looks kind of like a tongue is sitting in there. Okay, so I'll let that dry for a bit. We'll go back and do our line art, which is not too much for the face, so I don't have to mix up too much of this brown currently. I also realized I didn't really mix up a lot of this orange. Or like I didn't do a lot of shading for the orange ribbon is what I meant. So I do have to be careful, especially where I'm placing some of my lines, because I don't want it to be my line art that ends up smudging everything. Staying in frame is going to be the most difficult part, so I do apologize that I feel like I say that a lot. I do apologize that it will most likely go out of frame a lot while I'm doing this because the camera's so close that I feel like I move my sketchbook or like the paper pad a little bit, it's gonna move like a heck of a lot. This part turned out a little messy, but we can kind of change this. So I kind of want to mix a dark green. So we'd use a little bit more water when mixing our desired color so that things blend together, but I will try to dry off my brush or thin out the amount of water in the paint as much as I can before actually doing the line work. I have a little bit too much water right now. One eyebrow. This part I think I'm gonna be the most silent. Lineart is literally one of the parts where, like, I think I put the most concentration into. More so, like, if I'm have to do it with a brush. Because, like, I know I can do it, it's just I don't feel like I have enough confidence to always produce the lines that I want to with a brush. So maybe next year, I'm going to challenge myself. Hopefully if I have time. Next Inktober, we'll do pieces where I will ink with a brush maybe. I need to build up that confidence somewhere. Lineart literally scares me. Let's see. Trying to see if I can do this. Trying to reactivate my paint a little bit. But hopefully in the future, I'll be able to get to do more paintings. But not only that, I took a break a little bit from doing Genshin fan art again. I don't know what's going on. But I'll hop back into it and maybe I'll do some watercolor pieces as well. I don't know if it's because like I'm forcing myself to draw the Genshin characters. Maybe I feel burnt out versus like characters I really wanted to draw. Like at the time, I guess it was like Mualani. But we'll see. Maybe I just have to do some thumbnailing and sketching to see what characters I actually want to draw. Because there's plenty of characters from like even Fontaine that I haven't tackled. Because I still want to do a piece with Linny and Lynette. Not only that, when I do line art, kind of like this phase, it will start to darken up some areas in general. It's not just like the line art portion, like we can really add some depth. But if you do watercolor, do you guys have a preference that you do for your line art? Is it like fine liners? Do you do what I do and do kind of like watercolor for your line work? Do you use like ink with a brush? Do you use colored pencils or just leave your graphite? Because there's an artist I really like, and I think they use like a light gray or like a medium gray-ish color for their line art, but their line art is so delicate and thin. I need to do her nose. Oh, and I need to do a little bit of lines for blush and just like a little bit more warmth to her face. Okay, let's switch to a little bit of a lighter color. It might read still like very dark, so I don't know how well this is gonna work out. But because we're in kind of like the lighter hair territory, it would be nice to not make it too dark. I kind of wish I didn't make this as dark, but it's okay. I think it's gonna be more crucial when we get to here, which maybe I'll do right now. Because I don't mind it with the pencil. I think this kind of finishes it a little bit more. And the point of me being able to do some of the inking like this, inking? Line art, I guess, it's not really inking, is being able to match the colors a little bit closer to what I need it to be versus like straight up using black from like, let's say a Micron, or I guess I use like Echo Pigment is the brand that I used from Faber-Castell, I believe. So I'd like to mix a purpley bluish color again. Some of these areas I think would benefit a little bit from some darker colors for certain parts of these. Not like entirely, but kind of helps a little bit. And we can use that in here as well. Almost 1 a.m. How long is this video gonna be? Okay, let's go back to the hat. Actually, let's do her nose first and like the blush and stuff. So we'll do the blush first because lighter color, or lighter in color, I guess. I'm gonna start on this side because I actually don't know if this is gonna be too dark. Okay, and then a little bit for where her nose is. I don't know if I like it. It's okay. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. If I really hate it, maybe I'll just like in post get rid of it if I want to post it anywhere. Yeah, I don't know if I like the blush. Maybe I should have went lighter and a little bit more warmer instead. Can't tell if I'm panicking. Because my liner it is getting a little bit funky here. I also think it gets a little dangerous sometimes. If I can't see my brush hairs against the initial line color, sometimes I can't tell where I'm placing my brush, which maybe is why I misalign things sometimes when I'm inking with the brush. I also might darken, should I do this now, the shadows of her sclera. Just a little bit. Because I think her eyes look a little bit too wide open. So I think it needs that contrast. So hopefully that didn't really butcher it too much. I will also place in okay, let's be careful. The liner for her mouth. Okay, let's stick with our dark green color because I guess the majority of her, like her hair, her hat is surrounded by dark green, like even like the white areas are too. So I'm gonna need fairly dark green. Ah, almost dropped it. Also, not everywhere needs line art. I think it just depends on your preference. Trying my hardest to really not screw this up. Yeah, there's some areas I think need a little bit more of a push for some shadows. Not that I placed the line art for them. It's mostly the ribbon that I'm talking about, because I really didn't do much for it. Mix a little bit more of that green. Misty green, and then a little bit of the purple and blue. Okay, so I guess I'm putting this rose in front of a good portion of this whatever. I don't know what it's called. It's like a cloth thing on her head. I don't know if it's, maybe it's a bonnet. I don't know what she wears under her, this hat arrangement. I still think when I first got this brush, there was like one extremely longer hair out of the bunch, and I had to snip it off because I was like, I can't. Keeping track of that tiny little hair is more annoying. If it wasn't this brush, it was a different brush, but I use it for line art for the most part. Get a little bit more red. or red-orange. Sometimes when I do the line art as well, if it's like a brighter area, sometimes I'll break the line up so it's like a little bit less harsh, but I don't think I do it too much when I'm doing like brush line work versus like if I'm doing it with a pen. With a pen, like I tend to do like the dot dash kind of look a lot of the time. I don't know if it's because it's just quicker for me to line or if I don't feel as pressured to make like a super clean, longer stroke. Okay, let's switch back to the green. I'm gonna try to position this in a way that I can keep flipping. So even though I can reach this side a little bit easier, if I'm flipping the paper pad like this, it's usually easier for me to do the line work at the same way that I sketched it out. Which might be hard to determine because I tend to rotate the canvas a lot when I'm sketching digitally. Okay, I'm gonna mix up a lot more of this green color first before we move on to the rest of the hat and some of those upper elements on top, like the accessories on the hat, I guess. Hoping my brush isn't too wet. Let's see. Turning it this way might be easier. Yeah, the brush is a little too wet. That's okay. It's like I mentioned, some of these areas like I'll try to darken up and it kind of acts almost like an attempt at changing up the line width variation, I guess. I don't know how to make this resemble a flower more. I drew it so poorly. Even for like a rose at this angle, it just looks so bad. clean up this kind of top part a little bit. I'll probably have to switch to a brown again to do the flowers, or we can do purple, because I don't know if the green will suit it that much. I mean, it's not the worst, but... let's finish this side of the hat. The funny thing is, like, I don't know if the audio is even going to be that good, considering the fact that if I'm not talking and you can't really hear any of the watercolor noises, is it going to make sense at all? It's just going to be like a silent video. Oh, we need to mix more of a neutral-ish color. Or like a brown, I guess, in this case. So I can't tell if like the scratchiness or the me gliding my hand across even makes a noise that can be audible. Because I'm tempted... no! I swear I have like a brain of a goldfish, a memory of a goldfish. Immediately smudge those. Just, dang it. It could have been way worse, that's fine. Flipping this over like completely. Yeah, nothing gives me more anxiety in terms of like doing traditional medium than doing line art with the brush. Actually, I feel like there's a few things I would find more anxiety inducing. Just because sometimes I find painting frustrating. Gouache and acrylic and oils. I don't know if that's like anxiety per se. Might be frustration. Okay, let's do the rose. So let's see, how can I get this in frame? This paper pad's like just too large to film properly. I guess like as long as I'm not pooling water, Lineart shouldn't be too big of a hassle. So this is reading more like black, but I don't really mind. Anything that can help fix up to make this look more like a flower, I will take. Okay, let's get just a straight up black. Mix it with some pre-existing colors that I have so that we can do our little, I guess like it's like a crow, maybe. Okay, so continuing down, we can probably continue with either a brown, it's kind of dark enough, or our favorite dark green. This might be too much water. Sometimes I do like more fluid strokes, and then sometimes I do more of a back and forth motion. As long as I can keep it fairly accurate, it doesn't really look scratchy scratchy. Sometimes I do miss, so This feels like really strange not to really fill this in like a proper color. So maybe, yeah, maybe we just fill these in. Connect all them pearls first. Switch over to our dark green. I'm gonna add some of like the black purple that I was using for the rose to do some of these areas because they are appearing a little bit too light, so I'm gonna darken up some of these areas. Then clean off my brush a little bit. Every time I say I'm like swapping colors, usually I'm just like dipping my brush back into like a pool of a different color instead of actually cleaning off my brush. But for some of these where like maybe I want them to have slightly lighter lines compared to the dark brown purple I use or like the dark green, then I should clean it off so it doesn't remain too dark. Okay, let's add more of our green. Test tube. Kind of with her. Oh, I wish I didn't put the dots. Because now it looks uglier. Let's see, this is her finger. Can't really see the little ring that she has here because I accidentally painted over it with that green a lot earlier. Okay, her face is growing on me, which is good because I didn't want to ruin it just because of putting the blush on her. Okay. Almost done. Probably halfway through the line work. Ah. Yeah, you can get really thin lines with this brush. I just saw like a really thin one that was made right there. I don't know if it's visible on the camera, but I don't know when I would need that thin of a line, but and I can see my brush splitting a little bit, which is also less than ideal. Because I don't really need like 3 of the same lines. Okay, I need to roll the brush a little bit. Make sure to keep that point nice and not separated. I think I kind of beat up the brush a little bit too much when mixing the colors with a very dry brush. I don't know if I was in frame for the last few. I feel stupid. Watch this be like 9 hours long. Jeez, I will cut it down. If it's any more than like 6, I'll definitely cut it down. Unless somehow in my brain I'm gonna trick myself into thinking that a person would want this to be like 9 hours long. In that case, maybe I'll leave it. Which means that this video is probably not gonna be for everybody, and I already know that, but maybe it'll be helpful for that one person. I feel like it's easier to edit these types of videos, but it drains my soul recording the video. Every time. Any talking type of video, it drains my soul. Well, talking like for real-time video, I guess. Voiceover, I just don't think I'm good at voiceover just because I prefer not having to read off of a script. Because I like chattier videos, I guess, technically, like for my own preference. But I know it sounds like it becomes too rambly for some people, I think. Which is a-okay. So it just means it's not for you, I guess. Because I personally just like listening to people talk. The dark green in my palette kind of looks like really bad mold now because of the color. Holy moly, we're almost done. Freedom. Even if I do like this piece, I think it's been a while since I've like really liked the watercolor piece. Like at this point I can't really pinpoint like a watercolor piece that I'm like, it's like my absolute favorite right now. So I'm pretty sure this one overtakes whatever that would have been. What an instrumental song. Interesting. So it kind of doesn't sound like his song. Actually, I don't even know if this is his song. His song, I guess. I don't know why I said like his. Okay. So I can't tell if that was just the end of the video that was doing that kind of instrumental beat noise. Because it wasn't exactly my type of music that I would listen to. Yeah, hopefully I'm not breaking this brush. I love this brush a lot. Like I mentioned, I think earlier when I was like mixing the colors for doing this line art portion, sometimes mixing on top of like really dried paints, I think I might be pushing the bristles of the paintbrush a little bit too much. And if I'm doing that, then I'm kind of like damaging the hairs. And I don't want to do that because, like I said, I want to retain how sharp and pristine this brush is. Because being able to do line art with one brush and do all like your painting with one brush, because I'm a lazy person and a little bit impatient when it comes to painting. It's kind of my favorite brush at the moment. Oh, not in frame again. Okay. I feel like this is closer to a Keep Me Company video, technically. I don't know. I think I swapped them to doing Keep Me Company while I finish like blank amount of drawings instead of how I used to film them. Yeah, I'm not gonna add a background. I'm not risking it. So if we planned one, I think I would have done the background first so it can help inform me what some of these color choices would have been. Okay. We have our little clock thing. I'll definitely do more reverse 1999 fan art in the future though. As more of the characters roll out and more I get familiar with the characters themselves. There's so many, I don't know, there's too many fandoms that I feel like I'm in that I want to draw fan art for. But I also just want to draw my OCs. I'm behind on my OC zine that I wanted to do. Because I'm currently working on Sato's piece and I'm drawing her with Forget-Me-Nots. Because I think the color combination with her hair would look really cute. But the pose is driving me up the wall, that's the problem. Till I get that done, get the background, get all the colors, and then I'm free to render, I will start like the next one, which I think is Akemi. Which I want to draw him with Hellebores flowers. And then we have Kaisen and Masaki. Masaki I want to do sunflowers probably. And then Kaisen, Epiphyllum, I think, is what I want to do him with, or some kind of like maybe lighter color flower. Baby's breath or something like that. Because he has such a dark color palette, I think it'll look really nice. I think in terms of like posting this piece, I think it would have looked cuter and prettier with a background. Right now it's just a floating character on a white sheet of paper. I have to go out tomorrow too, this sucks. I'll probably do my Inktober later tomorrow then, instead of doing it, like, I don't know. I would like to be consistent and do it like, you know, before I go to sleep after midnight kind of thing, because that's how I tend to do them, but I don't know if I'll have time. Actually, I think I will have time, now that I think about it, because I can do it while this thing is rendering. Okay, last is a little bit of green. Maybe I won't do the gold. I don't want to go dig around and look for my gold paints. Because I think it's the Gasai Tambi Starry Night set is the one I have. Okay, we're gonna check if anything else needs some heavy line art. Otherwise, I'm gonna call this one done because, oh geez, I'm tired. Little knockoff guy. I couldn't do justice because I can't draw little critters. Okay. I think we are pretty close to being done. I'm also going to see if I can smooth this out a little bit. Also, my brush is looking hecking wacky. Okay, I think this one is done. So in the past, I would actually use white gouache to touch stuff up, but I think I did an okay job with keeping the majority of things kind of on the cleaner side. But in the future, if I need to, I will do some touch-ups on this one with some white gouache. But I think this one is done, so let's go ahead and clean up, zoom out, and we can call this entire session just finished. So if you somehow made it to the end, whether or not you just skipped around, or if you're using this as background noise or you're drawing along, thank you for doing so. I know I'm losing my mind. I hope you're not. So, yeah. So here's the close-up. South the Bee, which I don't think turned out too shabby, if I do say so myself. Some areas I definitely got lazy with though, so it's not the best that I could have done with this piece. And this is kind of the finished piece, which is kind of hard to see on here, I guess, completely. There are some places I feel like I forgot to do a little bit of line work, but I just feel like I'm completely done with this piece. I am going to free her from the block the next time I do another watercolor piece. I just want to make sure that this is going to be fully dried before I release this page from the rest of the block. So until that next painting happens, I think this is it for today's little painting, not little painting session, very long painting session. So like I mentioned earlier, if you did end up for some reason coming to the end, whether or not just to see the final results or to, I don't know, use this as background noise and you finally made it to the end, thank you. I'll talk to you guys next time in the next video, and hopefully a much shorter video. Bye!